Okay. Hello, everybody. All right. So, welcome. I see we have a few people who have arrived already. This is the first day of the CAP 4053 video game stream. So, we're going to be playing a number of different games today. I see a couple people already in chat. Um, if you wouldn't mind, for those of you who are already here, uh, give me some feedback on sound and microphone. One of the things I had to do today was reset up my entire streaming setup because it got lost. So anyway, if things are too loud or whatever, feel free to put them in the chat, and hopefully I'll be able to make adjustments to them. I think the mic is peaking a little bit, so we're going to adjust that. And yeah, a lot of hard work has been done this semester for sure. Looking forward to seeing how everybody's games have ended up. I'm going to give a little bit of overview as we get started here and just make sure everything is working correctly. Can you all see chat? It looks like it's propagating on the scene properly to me. If anybody wants to know where we are on the schedule, they can also just type in uh, uh, the command schedule, and they should be able to see that as well. Yay, it works. There you go. Nice. Okay. Well, great. Looks a little bit dark on this background here. Let me see if I can fix that real quick. So I used to use Twitch Studio, and um, slightly crunchy, not too bad. Okay, I should be able to change that. Oh, now the chat's gone completely. Just, I used to use Twitch Studio, and they discontinued it over the summer. So we are now without any sort of without any sort of native streaming system for Twitch. So I don't know if you guys are streamers or have done any streaming casually or professionally, either one. I'm certainly not a professional streamer, but I do my best for this class. But one of the things that you do have to do is kind of set up a lot of different things. And anyway, Twitch, apparently no one was using Twitch's version, so we're now on Streamlabs, non-sponsored here. But anyway, okay. So let's see if I can get us into live and see if our chat window is there. Somebody put something in the chat. Let me make sure it's still working. Howdy. There it is. All right. Looks great. So, okay. And I see we now have quite a bit of people already, which is great. So, aha. Very good. Okay, so other than the fact that things are a little pale on this white background, I think we should be good. I can change that. Okay, that's a little easier to read. All right, guys. So a little bit of overview for those of you who are just joining. This Twitch stream is going to be public. We're going to run for. It's always hard to say. Some games take longer than others, but you know we aim for about 30 to 45 minutes per game. We're going to be doing 6 or 7 today. I have a general schedule that's up on the Twitch chat, and if you're on our Discord, then you also have access to that schedule. So we'll be going for a number of hours, and then we'll probably call it at some point this evening, and then switch over and we'll do more games tomorrow. So if you can join today, if you can join tomorrow, you're welcome to have this on in the background, and or watch the stream live if you want throughout the whole day. I know this is finals week for a lot of people at UCF and probably elsewhere, so I know people will be coming in and out to do various games and interleaving them with their finals. So I hope that you get to come in and support your fellow classmates. And if you're an alumni of the class, welcome back. We often have a lot of viewers who come back to see kind of the top games for any given semester and to see what people in this class are able to do. But quick overview of what this class is. This is CAP 4053 AI for Game Programming, but I like to call it Game Design 101. So this is everyone has in this class forms teams of four. And then most people have not ever programmed a game before or built any sort of game before. They have no particular experience with gaming, but this is an upper level senior class that we build and allows everybody to create a real game in the course of just a few months. So it's super exciting to see all of those come together over the course of a semester. And then what we're going to be streaming now is some of the most interesting games, right? We don't have time to stream every single game that's done in the class, although I'm encouraging students to make those games available, to have them be someplace where that where you might share them on itch.io and have other people be able to play them. And we're going to get through as many as we can and show off some of the interesting features of this class. And so as people engage in the chat, please be constructive with your criticism, give comments, and support everybody as well as you can. I also think I've got Discord up in the background, so I think people will be pinging and letting people know. And I've just been notified that I may have missed something. What did I miss? Yes, I need to make a quick edit to the Friday games. So I got it correct in my Twitch stream, but I did not get it right on my Discord. So there you go. Perfect. Okay, well, so that's enough introduction. Let's go ahead and go in and uh, start up our first game. So our first game is going to be Cliff Notes. So go ahead and get this up. Okay. Okay, how's the sound? Background music's a little loud, maybe? There is a VOD being recorded. It'll also be posted on YouTube after a couple of days. So there's VOD, so if you want to come back and check stuff out later, you're more than welcome to. But anyway. So, first of all, let me just put the music down a little bit here. Alright, my volume mixer looks pretty good. So this game's called Cliff Notes. It's by Team 11. And first of all, just want to point out we have a really nice starting page. We've got sort of an animated thing going. We've got some music, of course, with the game. And, when it comes to game design, and when it comes to building things for a class, I always like to say, nothing is free in a game, right? So if you want to make a main menu, if you want to make a scene, if you want to make anything in the game, any object, if you want to make this lovely text that's animating in the background, all of that has to be programmed in or built in your game engine program, and you have to be able to make it individually. So whenever you see something, I think that the amount of work that goes into it is often underappreciated, because when you see things that are kind of standard in games or standard in the industry, like a start screen, you're just like, oh yeah, we just get that sort of magically. But a lot of work goes into these, so I always want to acknowledge that. Also, worth saying here is we've got our settings, so we've got our music and our sound effects. And we have the ability to reset, which will probably change some save files and change, what levels might be open. So let's go ahead and get started. I do want to just before I do so, I want to check one thing. I ask everybody to submit readmes in case there are any like known bugs or anything that's worth me knowing in advance. Or sometimes there'll be something in the README that'll tell me, oh, you should play this game with a controller as opposed to keyboard and mouse. I actually don't see one here. Maybe it wasn't in the game, but hopefully there's nothing major. But if any of the developers are on stream and they want to comment and tell me, hey, you missed our README or something that's really critical, just feel free to let me know. But we're going to go ahead and start the game. And we have our level 1 right here. So let's go ahead and get started. I think I might have messed one thing up, which is that I tested these games. So I'm going to go ahead and restart this because there was a tutorial. There it is. Perfect. So, I like the cheery music. So hello, welcome to Cliff Notes. Meet Clifford. He's a man on a mission. Always moving forward to what we don't know, but there's one problem. Clifford is stupid. Aw, poor Clifford. He only knows to move forward. This is where you come in, dear friend. You need to set Clifford on the right path, like a 1980s urban teacher teaching underprivileged kids calculus. Okay, there's some 80s movie references here for sure. While Cliff may be stupid, he won't run into spikes. Instead, he will jump over the spike. Try placing a spike to guide our friend to his goal. Okay, so this is reminding me of like some early Switch game stuff, like snipper clippers or the paper aesthetic is something very familiar to me from that. So, all right. So we have the ability to run. I assume if we run, he is going to just sort of hop directly into this pit. Oh no, poor Clifford. We get the 8-bit music sort of saying, oops, you messed up. Okay. So we have this tool here, which is the spike. So can I drag that? All right, maybe I can click it. Okay, I can click it and then I can place it. So I don't know if Clifford is like a particularly good jumper. So can we place as many of these as we want? Okay. So maybe we could put run right on the edge, and then he will jump over the whole space. I don't know. Let's try. Okay. So he tried to jump, but he then impaled himself on the spike. So Clifford is indeed not so smart. So looks like we can pick up an object we've already placed and move it around again. So let's just put this in midair. We don't really need it. Let's see if we can just get him for here. Yes. Okay. Great. Perfect. I really like Clifford is a little bit covered up here, so I'm just going to head and yoink my stuff over here so that it's not in the way. Haha. All right. We win. So let's go to the next level. Okay. Hey again, it's little old me, the narrator. Just wanted to let you know that you can skip pressing on the object by pressing on the number key. It's like in Minecraft, you can set the first item by pressing 1. Make your life even easier, you can also run by pressing the spacebar. I'm very nice now, aren't I? Until we meet again, the narrator. Okay. So these guys, the developers here, are doing a good job of something I go over in class, which is to follow through on conventions, right? So this group is correctly assuming that I've played Minecraft, as have millions of people, right? But even if they haven't, right, it's using a series of sort of common language or common techniques that we understand in the gaming community. So, yes, I can click on an icon, and I figured a lot of that out sort of just by observing the UI. I can click on the icon. It does highlight a little. It's a little hard to see, but you can see that it kind of dims when I mouse over it. So you can highlight something, you can click it, you can move it around, click to place. That's a convention, right? There's nobody that really told me that in the rules. And this person is now, the narrator, is now informing me, oh, by the way, you can also use the keyboard to get objects, and that they're just on a 1, 2, 3 kind of quick find, which is nice, right? And it's nice to kind of be able to see that. So now we've got 2 jumps. So I'm going to go ahead and do that. I'm going to press 1, and then I have my first spike trap here. Replace that. I also see in chat that it mentions that I can delete with right click, so if I don't like that, I can just right click and it will go away. And hopefully he won't jump into the second spike, but we're going to go ahead and try it. Okay. Oh, barely made it. But yes, he did. All right, Clifford. You are pretty good. I'm going to make a quick timer here just so I can track my time. Okay, so let's go ahead and move on to the next level. And I did not press spacebar. Oh, that's interesting. I can make him right. Okay, so a little bit of an interesting thing there. Even after the you win pops up, if you use spacebar, you can make him continue to run, and he fell off the edge of the level. But we're going to go ahead and go to the next level and just pretend that didn't happen. Okay. Hello again, friend. Remember how Cliff is a dumb moron? Man, narrator, you really aren't pulling your punches for poor Cliff here. I think he seems nice. All right, me too. As a dumb moron, Cliff doesn't realize the flag is behind him, so we need to get him to turn around. Fortunately, Cliff is very dumb and believes in ghosts. When he sees a ghost, he will turn around. Use this to our advantage. Okay, so I think the simplest solution here is just to put a ghost right in front of him. But because I want to overcomplicate things, I'm going to try and put some spikes and then a ghost over here. I think he's going to land on that second spike, but maybe not. So leap. Yeah, just stabbed himself on the spike. Bummer. Okay, well, that was overcomplicating things anyway, so let's just use the ghost as intended. So here's the ghost now. So I really like that this is a, this is a very straightforward, very easy to understand game. It's using a grid system, so this is effectively a platformer, but you can see we're using the lined paper. And with the lined paper, it kind of suggests, okay, you can put these one-by-one sprites into different sections. Again, the designers probably had to design that grid system and kind of make things snap to the grid, as well as, of course, making the logic for what happens when Cliff tries to path. So let's go ahead and get him scared of the ghost. Yep. Okay. Also, I really appreciate that Cliff here is animated with a sort of freaked out expression when he sees the ghost. It was pretty quick, but he's definitely scared of the ghost, so that's great. All right. So we have a little bit more complicated level here. We can see the flag right here on the edge. And again, we want to sort of make sure that we can leap. And then probably another leap around here, I would imagine. Okay, so he bounced off the wall there, so I didn't have that quite in the right position. Let's just move this over one. And there you go, and he made it up. He's a very good jumper. He may be a moron, but he's a very good jumper. Okay. Great. Next level. And the narrator's back. Howdy, friend. It's me, the narrator, here to drop some sick facts on you about our less knowledgeable friend. Did you know he can jump on ghosts, like a certain Italian plumber? When our friend lands on top of his enemies, he will jump and destroy his foe. You may be asking, wait, I thought the ghost wasn't real. I don't care. They're real when they need to be, and I think you need to stop questioning my methods, friend. Yours forever, the narrator. The tradition of snarky narrators and snarky companions is a well-established one in games, and that tradition is being upheld very nicely here in this game. So certainly narrators that yell at the player a little bit. I don't know when that first started. It would be very hard for me to identify the particular point in video game history, but there's certainly some famous ones, Gladys from Portal being the one that immediately springs to mind. But certainly narrators in games where you have where they're being snide. Announcers in mobile battle arenas tend to be a little bit snarky. So certainly having this is a good tradition. Plus more video game references. That's Mario, if you didn't know that. So we're going to try, we don't have access to our spikes, so we're going to try a ghost bounce situation here. So I'm going to make a stepping stone of ghosts for him to go across. Let's see how we do this. Boink, boink. Oh, almost. Okay, so we need to kind of space this out. So he was a little bit shy here. So maybe if we put one there. I suppose we could just sort of place an infinite amount of ghosts and make a ghost walkway. He can fall where he will. And that one works pretty well. But if we wanted to, we could have gotten rid of almost all the ghosts and had him do that with more, with fewer resources. Whenever you have puzzle platformers or puzzle games in general, too, one thing that's interesting that you want to be able to kind of account for is, are there going to be different ways of solving your puzzle? Sometimes people will add achievements to game if you solve a puzzle in a particularly unusual way, or if you solve it in a certain number of moves. Also, games that have repeatable levels, especially mobile games, but really any kind of games will often give you like a rating. So like a star rating, like you did this level in 3 stars or something like that. Many games do that, and then they get you to repeat the level until you can get it just perfect. But so far, this game is very charming. I very much enjoy that. So I want to see kind of where he falls with no obstacles. He's just going to kind of go directly into the pit there. So he knows to jump when there's a spike, but we don't really want him to. We don't really want him to land on the spike, so we could probably just put like a strategic ghost here and let him bounce. And indeed we can. Alright, hello friend. It's me, your humble narrator. I know you missed me. I missed me too. Now it's time for another sweet treat for you to help that mouth breather Cliff. Insulting our shared protagonist is also, of course, a bonding moment. I'm so gracious to give you the spring. Cliff, in all his ineptitude, can't jump very high, so to help with that is the spring. You're very lucky to have such a gracious narrator. See you next time. Narrator's a little bit pompous. Okay, so that's all we have. We have no ghosts, so it's springs all the way down. So we can maybe try something like this and see how that goes. Oh, springs are very springy. We only needed 2, but my intuition on how Cliff was going to arc there was pretty spot on. Just slightly bigger arcs. So Cliff here is being, just to kind of belabor the point, right? Cliff here is being affected by gravity, right? In most game engines, right? And this one I believe was designed in Unity. But in most game engines, right, gravity is such a common enough thing that even though you don't get it for free, you get it for almost free. Insofar as once you make a game object, you could say, I want this to be affected by gravity. And what that does, and it's just a checkbox, right? What that does, it says, okay, we're going to exert some kind of constant negative acceleration on this, in the direction that's down. How do we determine what down is? We just pick a direction, right? And then you have to design your game, whether it's a 2D game or a 3D game, with some consistency such that works. But you do get certain types of physics simulations, at least kind of basic Newtonian physics, as part and parcel to building in a game engine. Okay. So, next level here. All right, so I believe Cliff does bounce off walls, so I think he's going to just fall into this pit here. Okay, and actually he's falling, but he's still catching himself on the next ledge there. This is probably due to the fact that I'm guessing Cliff here is using a capsule or spherical oblong collider. So whenever you want to say, hey, Cliff is not able to sort of hit the walls, right? And we want him to, we want him to fall, but then we want him to like not fall through the floor. We've given him some kind of collider system here, so that whenever he intersects one of these black lines, he's not going to go through it. But you could do that with squares, right? These are all very straight lines, right? And Cliff himself, you could make a very specific thing that's going to draw around his little animated feet. But normally you don't need that level of precision, so you'll just do kind of an approximation. And because it's round, he's falling down a little bit and then kind of rolling onto the edge. We just ran out of time there. I also just want to mention that he has a very a unique animation for when he's falling. You can see his leg kind of curls up when he's falling, as opposed to just walking. So a lot of different state changes have to be made for that. Okay, so there doesn't seem to be a way to stop the run, which means I have to wait until the time times out and kills poor Cliff. but that gives me more time to talk about the systems inherent in this game. So I'm giving a lot of basics in this game just because I think it's a good example of how a 2D platformer works, and there's a lot of basics to cover. But I will go through, as we go through some of the other games and some of the 3D ones, I will go through and have maybe less to talk about in terms of the basics for games. And hey, if you've taken my class, these are all things that you've been taught and you should know from some of the earlier lectures we do in the class. And if not, then hopefully this is of interest to you. And even if you are in the class, maybe it's a good refresher. Because we do make a big diversity in games, a lot of different types. And anyway, because of that, there's a lot to learn from looking at somebody else's game. So if we put this here, he's going to kind of bounce, but then I'm hoping he'll just kind of turn around and bounce in the other direction. And then maybe we can do I'm just going to do a set of springboards here. Again, not the most efficient solution, but I think it'll definitely work to get into the flag. My only concern is that he's going to leap over the flag and fall off the edge of the screen, but we'll just have to test that. Oh, wow. Okay, so he just bounced completely over. Oh, no, he's back over in this section. Very bouncy guy. Okay. So you can actually see, there we go. All right, I thought if I gave him a tough time, he would fall over there. Very nice. You can pause with escape, chat's telling me, so that's good to know as well. All right, so I have music and sound effects and main menu and resume. Let's go ahead and go to the main menu here because I wanted to check something. Yeah, so you can see as we go to the start screen now, all these different levels are now unlocked, which is really great. We also have the reset button, which I'm not going to press, that allows you to kind of change that as you get along. Also, most of these games are going to have darker backgrounds, but I'm now noticing that our chat box here is a little bit hard to see. So I'm going to try and get this put here, which will reset the chat, but hopefully the next messages will look better. And we're going to just try and log in. And bear with me just a moment as we get things set up, and then we will continue. Like I said, for those of you just joining, I realized today, about 4 hours before the stream, that the streaming program that I use has been discontinued since May, which lets you know how often I actually do stream. But so I kind of had to learn a new one last minute, which is so far, I think, going better than expected. I'm sure there'll be a few hiccups today, but honestly, Streamlabs does seem to be like a better product than the old Twitch one, which was deeply glitchy. I don't know. Anybody here in chat stream? And if so, what do you use? Do you use OBS or Streamlabs, or were you a user of Twitch Studio before they decided to kill it? I'm curious to know. Inquiring minds want to know. Okay. All right. I'm just going to. Here we go. Okay. All right. So chat is a little bit large, but at least we can read it now. Used OBS before. Twitch Studio was too difficult. Yeah, always used OBS. I mean, OBS is kind of the industry standard. I feel like. Okay. So, all right. Next level. We've got a lot of leaping and jumping here. Streamlabs, another Streamlabs user. Cool. All right. Well, maybe you guys can teach me a thing or two. So, one thing that I think would be interesting for this game is if there were limited resources, because my inclination, and maybe it's the wrong inclination, but my inclination here is to just go crazy with the trampoline springs. Maybe the narrator will get mad at me. Except here, I want to put a ghost because I don't want to like leap over the flag. So let's see how this goes. Okay, so he does bounce off the edge of the screen, which is nice to know. He doesn't just fall off. Okay, so there we go. I'm also probably not doing... Oh, no, he can't go back. I'm also probably not doing this in, like, the most appropriately timely way. Because he's obviously kind of bouncing back and forth with this. So, I think... Okay, so we could stop running from the main menu, which is a nice feature. So, if we just replace this with a ghost, maybe he won't bounce as high. I haven't noticed. Do the ghosts go away when he lands on them once, or do they stay? No, they go away. So you get one bounce, but that worked out very nicely. Okay, cool. All right. Very good. My font size is too small here. Okay. Next one. All right, so we've got our guy is actually sort of up here in our overlay. Hopefully he's going to fall down here, but we know, based on what we learned earlier, that he's not actually going to fall through a single gap. He's just going to kind of bounce over it. What if we put a ghost right here? I really love his terrified face. So, no, we actually also have very limited time. We only have 10 seconds here. We've been having 60 seconds at most levels, so. Like, conceivably, he's going to be able to walk all the way over, but in the number of seconds we have, he's not going to make it to the flag. So that's the challenge here, is there's a time pressure. Okay, so what we want him to do is just, like, not go down this corridor, right? We want him to come down here and then just dump straight into this area. So I think one strategically placed ghost will do that just fine. Yeah. Ah! Okay. Very nice, very cute. Okay. We've got our full set of tools here. We've got our ghost, our spike, and our springboard. So what if we jump onto this platform using a spike, and then maybe let him fall, and then springboard from here? No, ghost from here. Let's try that. So he's going to leap over here. Oh, I probably should have put another leap. Maybe not. Then terrified, and then bounce. Perfect. One more than I even needed. Very nice. So yeah, it'd be kind of cool to see a scoring screen of like, oh, you use this many, or like, can you do like a challenge for each level? Like, can you do this in 2 objects or less, or can you do it in X time or something like that? But so far, I would have to say this puzzle platform is very charming. It's very, the rules are easy to grasp, and yet it still seems like there's some interesting challenges to it. Very much enjoying this game. Okay. And the choice of music, right? It's the same song in each level, but like the choice of music is very appropriate, right? We talk about how to make games that have kind of align with your expectations for the most part. And you want to have it so that games aren't necessarily surprising you. Let me try something like this. Okay. Yeah, you want it so your games aren't necessarily surprising you. You want alignment between the expectations and what different things are. But you also, so that when you do want to surprise somebody, you want to have like a twist, or you want to have something that's different from the expected, that people are kind of rested enough mentally to be able to appreciate that. So like in this case, we want the music to kind of be, cheery and fun, and it's all very good. So I'm struggling a little here because he's going to land on the spike, so we can't put a spike there, and we can't put this spike any closer because he can't get over a spike that's right in front of him. But maybe we give a little ghost bounce? A little ghost bounce. Yeah, perfect. Okay. He's going to go over here and then fall. But we can give him another ghost bounce right there. Boing. just right. Let's try that. There's some nice sound effects. I don't know if you guys can hear, but there's like a paper crinkling sound effect as we're placing things down, which I think is quite nice. It'd be kind of fun to have a few when like the springboards are being boinged on, or if there's something for him to go like eek when there's a ghost. But I think the animations really more than make up for that. Okay, so this is going to be a lot of ghost bouncing here. So let's get him onto this platform immediately, and then he's going to bounce around. And then really, this is actually quite tricky because we kind of want him to jump and then also be like scared. And then kind of jump along this way. Maybe? See what this looks like. Okay, so he actually didn't make that leap, which kind of surprises me, but what if we give him a little bit of an extra oomph here? So, okay. So now he can get on the platform, now he's going to go back, and then bounce here. Oh, it's off. Let's see where he's going to land. Okay. So in that case, we really don't need, he will bounce on the outside here, so maybe if we give him just, again, we can probably go overboard with the ghosts. These kind of make look like the clouds in Mario, that are the Lakitu clouds. So you can kind of conceive of there being a platform made up out of these little cloud ghosts. Okay, so bounce, bounce. Yeah, perfect. Okay. And now we know which ones we would need to do if we were going to replay the level, for example. We could say, okay, we need this one, and this one. Okay. All right. Oh, my friend, how long has it been? It's been a while, narrator. I was missing you, actually. Well, for me, it's been ages. Did you know that I perceive time much slower than you? This seems like a good place to put in a jab about, like, why are you taking so long? Last we left off, I told you about springs. Now I'm here to tell you some objects rotate. I won't tell you which ones because I'm just so much fun. Grab which ones you think can and press R. Do it again and again and again. I look forward to a next talk with the narrator. Well, I presume the spikes can, but it would make sense if the springs can. And we could do some kind of springboard, crazy, bouncing column here. Okay, so also here, like that didn't bounce, but let's just see what this does. So, okay, well we can just bounce directly over there with just one, so we don't actually need these over here. Be that as it may, they seem kind of fun. So what if we just put one, I didn't see quite where he was falling, but like maybe there? Yeah, and it just bounced us directly into the flag. That's great. Nice little twist on existing concepts. Also in games, you want to make sure that you add things sort of one at a time, right? You add complexity because as the player gets better at the game, they perceive it as easier, right? And if games get too easy, then they become boring. But if they're too hard right from the get-go, then they're frustrating. So you want to be able to have kind of a balance as people play the game. Things get slightly more difficult to keep the challenge up, but not too hard. Okay, so here we are. We're going to maybe do a little bounce directly here, and then maybe we can do kind of a bounce back over there. I don't know if he'll get enough height from that, but we can try it. Okay, so he kind of... Another thing that's good about the grid is that if you pay attention, you can kind of see where he went. So I think he was up this high. Yeah, perfect. So it's very easy for you to kind of track with your eyes and be like, okay, this is where he fell last time. All right. Okay. So we've got another level here with our ghosty friend. Hey there, Court Mac. Welcome back. Okay, so let's see what we can do here. I kind of want to make like a staircase of ghosts. I don't know if I'm going to be able to do that. So if I just bounce here, then maybe I can kind of like do this. I don't know if that's going to work, but we're going to try it. Oh, we hit the ghost on the side. And if you do that, the ghost will kill you. So let's try this. Not quite. Okay. All right. They are getting trickier, right? So we kind of want to. I mean, maybe we can do this just instead of using the ghost, if the ghost or a trap. Maybe we just kind of want to like bounce, because the springboards won't kill us. That was almost correct. What if we did this? So we kind of bounce, and then perfect. Yes, as intended. There's another question if the ghost can be rotated, because maybe we could have done something with that. Howdy again, it's me, the narrator. I'm here to tell you about new possibilities in your future. It's been brought to my attention that getting Cliff to the goal is too easy. So to fix that, I've added doors. Cliff can't open doors unless he has the key. I hope this will make you have a better time. Well, I'm having a great time, so, but this can only make it better. Regards, the narrator. Okay. So, hopefully we can just, this is kind of the tutorial level for the new mechanics, so we'll just go here. And we failed to get the key. Okay. So why don't we give a little ghosty bounce. And now we have the key, we can go through the door, and voila! Okay. Perfect. So here we've got the door and the flag right here. So we definitely want to put a ghost here so that we reverse after we get the key. And then maybe we do a... I don't know that this will work. I think he's going to land on the spike, but we can try it. Yeah. What if we do... what if we do something like this? So he leaps here, lands on the ghost, gets the key, then leaps here, lands on the ghost. Oh, almost. Can I rotate the ghost? I can't. That's too bad. I don't think this will be... We can try this. Okay, land on the ghost, get the key, get scared of the ghost, leap over the spike, bounce, and boom. Perfect! So games like this, which, outside of the fact that it's kind of horizontally oriented, but that works fine. These are games that would translate really, really well to mobile. So especially, not just that, it's a fairly simple game, right, that you can do and you can build things, but also that, there's not a lot of busy on the screen, so if you have somebody who has a really old phone like me that's way too small, right, you can still see it. And also, I'd say just psychologically, right? These are nice bite-sized levels, right? That you could just play one more of, right? Which is part of the psychology of getting people to spend time, right? Spend time on the internet, spend time, watching TikToks or shorts or whatever. Long-form content is much harder to capture people's attention, especially when they're on the go and they're on their phone. So, all right, moving on. Not that everything has to be a mobile game. I'm just saying that this probably would work well. Okay, so we have no ghost to turn him around, so we're going to have to bounce our friend and then get him to just kind of fall off here. And then maybe this, and this, and this. Let's see if this works. Okay, so... okay, so we just immediately fell off the edge there. So sometimes there's walls on the side and sometimes there's not. But that's okay. We can just spring our friend over here. And in fact, why don't we do the same thing here? Okay, so bounce, bounce. We only needed the two sideways springboards. Very cute. All right. Okay. Moving right along. Okay, so I don't know if this was intentional, but this level looks like a smiley face, and I'm kind of about it. Okay, so we can fall down, we can get the key, no problem, and then we need to bounce. So where's he gonna fall? What if we do something like no? Okay. So if we do this, he'll definitely bounce and get the key. But then we have no way of getting back, so that's no good. What if we instead put this, like, here? It's a little high. Still too high. Okay. Okay. Well, that kind of did what we wanted, but not really. He did bounce, but then he just hit the wall and fell down. So, okay. Let's move you down to here. Okay, so now he gets the key, and then conceivably we could do some springboarding to get up there. Maybe. Okay, well, other than I'm just slamming Cliff back into the wall repeatedly, which is fun. Yeah, Cortmac is making a point that, puzzles, once you build, there's kind of two aspects to game development, two phases rather, right? Is that you want to build an engine, and then after that, after you've kind of built your engine, then you want to build content for it, and that absolutely takes a lot of time as well. But yeah, just coming up with the new puzzles is certainly tricky. Okay. Especially given my kind of inability to deal with this one. Okay. So what if this works for getting him to the key, but then I really need a way to, maybe have him leap a little bit later. Where does this leap take us? So he kind of bonked his head here on the thing and died. But if we put it even later, maybe this. Okay, bounce, get the key, leap, and then he's just a little bit too low. But that's okay, because we can just move this over here. And then I think he's going to bounce and hit that, so maybe we want to do that. Okay. Okay, so that's way too late for him to bounce. So what if we move this down and then did some sort of crazy... I don't think this is going to work, but... it did bounce him. And then something like this. This is getting way too contrived, I think. Oh, interesting. Okay, so he didn't actually bounce the same way that time, which indicates to me that, there's some aspects to this game that are non-deterministic, okay? So most likely that's the physics simulation here, right? Because physics simulations have to do everything with a bunch of calculations and floating point numbers. So you're never going to get things quite the same. And in this case, yeah, so he kind of didn't do the double bounce that I was hoping he would do at that point. I'm really struggling with this. So I think I've got the right idea here to have him leap up here, but then I can't really get him in where I want. Because I want him to just, maybe we just do this. Let's try this. So he leaps up. Yeah, okay, that was almost good. So he was bouncing. He did hit the wall a bit. What's the best way to make sure it's as deterministic as possible? So That's a really good question. So if you're going to use a physics system, right? See how it was just different that time. If you're going to use it, see, I won. I didn't change anything. Um, if you're going to use a physics system, you pretty much can't, right? You're just, there's going to be too many floating point calculations, and he's going to be moving in discrete space that you're not going to have the ability to ensure determinism. Now, you can either disable the physics and basically write your own from scratch, where you would be like calculating, his arcs and saying he's going to be in this grid square and then this grid square, and kind of clamp him to grids, like let him move, but let his let him move naturally, but then have his bounding box be like locked to a particular area of the grid. That sounds difficult and tedious to me. So I might consider instead that you just do some kind of correcting function, right? So whenever use the physics system, but then have it kind of um, snap to different areas in the grid for the purpose of the next calculation, and be like, I'm only going to activate the springboard if he's in cell B26 or whatever. That might be a way to kind of lock it down. But also, I don't know that it's like fatal, right? Having this in this, be a little tweaky where you have to kind of move things back and forth is not, it's not the end of the world, right? For a game like this. And I believe that was the final level because I just went to my back to my start screen. So if I look at there, we have 20 levels, good amount of content for this game. I enjoy the narrator. I like the writing on the game. I love the level design. I love that there was an appropriate amount of mechanics, I think, in terms of these different objects. Right, we have the keys, the springboards, the rotations, the ghosts, and of course the spikes. Right, so. Absolutely something I'd love to see more level packs for, right? Future expansion, add a monster, add something else he has to do, add, who knows? You could go crazy. Fans to blow him around, do different things. Definitely a very expandable game. I want to hear more from the snarky narrator. I really enjoyed him. So, all in all, I think this is a great structure, a very approachable type of game for sure. Okay, great. So we're going to go ahead and call this one done. Magnets. Somebody said a magnet idea. Yeah, that could be really good. Basically, um, any tool that has appeared in like any number of games, but I'm thinking for like top-down 2D Zelda games. Because there's some crazy ideas that they put into things like that. So magnetic gloves were one where you can like grip yourself over gaps to magnetic poles and move things. Building blocks or blocks that are temporary and fall apart underneath you, or other type of things. And yeah. Oh, looks like my new bot is being particularly aggressive. I assume you were posting some reasonable links there, Bellasil, so I can override that in a minute. Give me just a sec, and I will tone down the moderation. But yeah, very, very great game. Very much like Cliff Notes here. And I'll just go ahead and move us over to chat so I can talk to you guys. What's the rubric like for grading the games? Complicated. um, we take a lot of things into account. Also, it's not, it's the whole teaching staff that kind of weighs in on the games about which ones are good and what aspects they have achieved. Give me just a sec here to get into my bot and say it's okay if we do links for now. Okay, don't abuse this or I'll turn it back on. Okay, guys. So, oh, you're taking it next semester. Great. So yeah, Bellasil, um, you should be able to post now if you had a link you wanted to post. Um, but well, I say this. Oh, now you sent a long message. Okay. There's always a reason here. Okay, you're timed out for 30 seconds, but try one more time. Am I playing all the games in general afterwards? So a couple of questions there. One from Bunkleberry and then one from Lord Cogsworth. Um, yes, all the games get played, for sure. Right. I just don't play them all on stream, and there's multiple reasons for that. Don't read too much into it. Right. Sometimes, I don't think the games will stream as well for one reason or another. They might, be harder to kind of talk about, or they might be something where they're very very long or they're very, very short, right? And there's something I want to evaluate off stream. Sometimes there have been ones that are like hard to do because they're multiplayer or something like that. I have done VR games in the past on stream, which is always sort of a pain to do streaming wise, but you if you look at past streams you can see me walking around the room with a Quest on my head. So but no, they all get played. um, and then yes, okay, Billsy, it looks like it came through. Your itch.io game has come through. 30-minute game. 30 minutes is great, honestly, right? If I'm playing a game for 30 minutes on stream, that's like a good amount. There are games that are shorter that are really, really good. I've played some arcade styles that are shorter. I've played some that are like hours, a couple of hours long. I did stream some of those earlier iterations of this class, and although I very much enjoyed them, I think it does get a little tedious for people to watch the same game for a while, so I don't always do that. But yeah, so they all get played. They don't all get played on stream. And then what makes a game good, right? And what is the rubric for grading, right? So one of the things, Munkleberry, is in the class you have to pitch your game early on. You say, this is what we're going to deliver right in the beginning of the class, like the third week of class. And so a good part of this, because I treat this kind of like an industry game design class, is okay, this is what you said you'd do. And did you now deliver on what you said you'd do, right? What got cut, what got added, those kinds of things. Um, Obviously, also just, the overall quality and polish of the game, right? Does it have lots of small features, right? This one was a really good one for like lots of polish because there were custom animations and the sounds and the music were there, right? The game felt very complete. I always like games that are complete. We do some on stream that are kind of like tech demos where there's like a lot of cool features, but it's not all quite coming together. But completeness in the game also matters a lot, and complexity, right? So if you have a lot of this is an AI for game programming course, so there's not a lot of the last game didn't have a lot of AI, right? But it was a very polished game that had a lot of completeness, and the levels were clever and the mechanics were well thought off. So I'd say game mechanics, right? And whether that involves AI or not, it can. But game mechanics are pretty critical. Like, is the game well thought out? Does it make sense? Does the difficulty curve progress well? All stuff which I go over in the class and kind of describe what makes a good game. But hey, number one answer, the short answer is, was it fun? Is it a fun game? Right? Which for sure that one was. Uh, and yeah, how important is the AI aspect? Not um, not essential, but it is something if you want to incorporate it, that it's um, certainly useful. Okay, so let me just bring back up my Streamlabs and see. Okay, what genre of game are you thinking about doing? I'm going to go ahead and bring up our next game while we are um, getting this ready. The next game of which, by the way, is going to be MEOW by Team 24. So I'll be bringing that up in the background. A rage game. Yeah, as Cormac, and Cormac's is a veteran of the class, and make a good game. Make a game you want to play, for sure. That's a great thing. Like getting over a type where you fall back to the bottom. Oh yeah. Okay. You you want to torment the professor. I'm okay. That's all right. No, those kinds of games are certainly very good. Like, I mean, I think this one's old and not available anymore, but like the absolute viral craziness that was Flappy Bird. I don't know if you guys remember that, but this was just literally, a cheap for Mario, and you had to guide it through a level by just tapping the sort of float button over and over, and so popular. and very, very frustrating, totally unforgiving. And then it actually the creator took it down, I believe, at some point. He thought it was making too much money, which he was like, I don't think people should be paying for this game, which is kind of funny. Okay, so I'm going to do a quick README of the MEOW game log, and I'm going to bring it up also as we do that. Big advice to all new people is start building or don't wait to the last couple weeks to finish a policy game. Yeah, that's also good advice. Has anybody made a small Souls-like game? Yes, in fact, there was a game last semester that was um, Souls-like is such a broad genre now. Like is everything a Souls-like game, right? But it was a quite a fun game insofar as it had a really neat combat system where you had it was a sword. It was more of a sword and sword and board kind of game where you had a sword and a shield, and you could attack on the left, straight and right, and then block on each of those. So it was almost more of like a For Honor type system. Um, but certainly there were enemies and camps and dark areas around. Building a Souls-like game, these games and Game Awards are going on this year, and Shadow for the Erd Tree is up for an award. Um, some games are way bigger and way more effort to make, right? So like a big RPG is a lot, right? A lot of times people will do some like 2D RPGs. We have some on the stream this time. But building an RPG is very, very hard to do it to any size. But you could make like the engine, the basics of it, I would say, during the time you have the course. Also, real-time strategies, which aren't a popular genre, they're one of my favorites, but those are also incredibly hard because there's a lot of systems to be made. But we have had some successful ones. So like any genre you can accomplish, and I always take into account, if you've picked a hard genre, that's going to weigh more for the rubric. Game of the Year, Balatro. I have been playing a lot of Balatro, for sure. Um, if you haven't played that, uh, you should do so. So actually, does anybody? I've been a little out of it this week in terms of my news, and I probably should be. But yeah, Game Awards haven't happened yet. They're next week, I believe. Um, so make sure to tune in and see what is going on for your Game Awards. And I'm going to move over to stream. This first time there is 2 professors next semester. No, we've had multiple professors of record for at least the last few semesters. And the way that works is effectively I teach. I'm the head professor, and I teach the overall class. I do all the lectures, but then we do split up occasionally for evaluating the games and for doing labs and things. So anyway, if you signed up for the game for the class under any professor, you're good. And I have no way of stopping this easily. But if you're signed up for both sections, please drop one, because there's lots of people who want to get in the class. Okay, the difficulty is I'll be streaming tomorrow. Code Black. Yes. Oh, it's that hard, huh? I got your message also about Code Black, so I will be dealing with that. Okay, so let me get my um, let me get my screen to stop being blank. That would be nice. Not that one. Okay. Game is an hour long if you don't lose it all. Yeah, so I may not complete it on stream. That is possibility. Um, okay, great. Looks like we've got our meow up here. Um, yeah, we'll see. This is the point, Air Yummy, where I should brag and say, you underestimate my power, but we'll see. We'll see how good. Okay. Um, trying to make sure I didn't miss any chat. Don't think I did. So this is MEOW, and just going to do a quick little assessment of the README off screen. Another thing is, for those of you who aren't familiar with the stream and kind of the class, a lot of people are using third-party assets. That's absolutely fine. I just ask that people say which assets they use, whether they bought them or they're free assets, if you've licensed them from somewhere. And these days, people are also putting in generative AI assets. So that's also an option. But one of the things in the README that I don't read on stream is, I ask everybody to put in, like, where did you get your stuff, right? Did you make it yourself? Some people will make the art and music and those kinds of things themselves. Most don't. Absolutely not a requirement, but always nice when people do. So there's a lot of info in this README about the sprites, who did what, which is nice. Um, People occasionally ask ChatGPT for programming help, which I'm a-okay with. Okay, known bugs. That's what I'm looking for. Blah 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 blah. Um, Momentum is a little weird in level 1. Okay, all right. Okay, so let's play Meow. Okay, so my options are options, start, and tutorial. I guess I'll go to options first because I'm boring. We have a volume slider. We also have kind of an interesting cursor. Um, I'm wondering if this is. So I have a just a sort of offhanded thought. Uh, the cursor is kind of like pulsing wherever I'm holding the mouse right now. It almost makes me wonder if this was built with like an API targeting again mobile, just because it looks like the indicator that you'd have if you're like doing a tap on the screen for something. Don't know. So anyway, we're gonna go ahead and now go to tutorial. Okay, so controls we have over here movement was sad or wased. So again, that's a standard convention, right? Why did we put W, A, S, and D as the movement keys? We didn't used to. We used to say, oh, we have arrow keys. If you go back to like games in the 90s and that era, right, or earlier, they'd be like, well, we have the arrow keys. That's what they're for, left, right, up, and down. Except that the arrow keys are on the right-hand side of your keyboard, right? So if you want to use the arrow keys and a mouse, then that's not really good for most right-handed people, or if you're like me, left-handed people who have learned to use computers in the normal way. Um, so we said, well, we'll just pick 4 keys that are vaguely arrow key shaped on the regular keyboard. We picked WSD. So there you go. Dash is F, parry is left shift, and shoot is left click. And then cat alt is Q. I am very excited to see what cat alt is. Okay. This is the performance bar. Your previous 10 actions will be mapped here. See how on rhythm you are. Oh, it's a rhythm game. Okay. Rhythm games are fun, challenging to make, very challenging. A lot of subsystems need to agree with each other to have things be on rhythm. And this now explains why my cursor is pulsing, because that is presumably telling me the rhythm that I'm supposed to click. Okay. When the ring around your cursor collapses on the circle, you will be given a time frame to perform each action. Each level you will have a different cat companion. These cats each give you passive buffs on each level when you're nearby. When you reach a combo of 15, you unlock an ultimate ability with the cat. This is what the internet was invented for, as a series of tubes for cats. So this is correct. Blue, this is the parry indicator. When you parry, this aura will activate to show that you're immune to damage as you block all attacks. Momentum, as you hit consecutive actions, you will gain buffs, but be careful as missing will cause your weapon to jam. Okay, so I got a parry with my pinky finger, left shift, cat alt, okay, and then shoot. All right, so we're gonna see if I can figure this out. So here we go. Okay, so this is a top-down 2D shooter. I have a cat. I hope I can't shoot the cat. I don't want to shoot the cat. And I'm practicing right now. Oh, my weapon jammed. So you can see this green indicator. It's putting little red lines, and I think I'm supposed to be between the 2 yellow bars. And you can see I'm kind of early, and I'm not really shooting much. Just trying to get the rhythm. So I'm trying to see if I need to be looking at the indicator on the screen or listening to the music. So I have health, I have a combo up here. So when I'm listening to the music, I seem to be consistently early, and my gun is not shooting. Or maybe I'm just not listening well. Okay, and then I've got my parry on left shift, and then I've got my dash on F. Oh, okay. And it seems to be dash is in the direction of also has to be done on momentum. Okay, and it's in the direction of movement, not in the direction of cursor. Okay. All right, I think I have some ideas now. So we have kind of a 2D area. Seems to be mostly just background. I don't see any collision here. Are these enemies? Are they just skulls? I'm not sure. We didn't lose any health, so we've got this kind of like Doom, top-down Doom. I mean, I'm seeing pentagrams and skulls and things. I am definitely not great with the shooting. Let's see if I can go this way. All right, so this is the okay. So here's enemies. Oh, my cat is here. All right, so we've got kind of a set of wizard things here. I've already gotten hit once. See, my health is down to 14. Okay, so the music's a little slower here. I seem to be able to do pretty well when I hit it every other beat. Maybe I'll get a little bit better. We've got some chests. Can I open these chests? No. Okay. All right. But yeah, so we got some maps here, and we're going through these different areas. There were a couple of enemies. I don't know. I think it said I had to get to a 15 combo to be able to use the cat ult. I'm just trying to counting in my head music. Trying to get my combo up. I can't seem to get more than about. Oh, I got 4 there. 4 resets. Let's just continue on and see how well I can do. Okay, some more. So these walls do have collision. So I can't go through these walls. Here comes the cat. I love the cat. Can the cat shoot? Okay, so I lost quite a bit of health there. So you could see, that I'm moving through. You've got these different enemies that are targeting me. So there's a little bit of NPC behavior there that's interesting, right? They're trying to get to me. They seem to be keeping generally floating directly towards me. So they're not really pathing through the maze, which is kind of a design choice, but they are kind of aiming at where I am. There's also a lot of things you can do with NPCs, right? Do you want to have them aim at where you are? So like that's aiming there directly at me. Or do you want to aim at where you're gonna be, right? These are you can do some predictive aiming, right? You can build some NPCs with some behavior like that, basically inside them. Also look at these. Are these like spike traps with the 3 circles, or are they dice? Not sure. Okay. I also need to be better at parrying, I think. There's the parry. Oh, okay, so we've got sliding gravestone looking things. Those are scary. They also seem to have a lot of health. Okay. Thankfully they're not super fast. Okay. I also don't know if it's necessary. Oh, that guy came out hard. I don't know if it's necessary to take out all the enemies, or if I'm just trying to get through the maze. Is that an owl or another cat? I don't know. Also, maybe an enemy skeleton here? No, I think he's just decoration. Sometimes a skeleton is just a skeleton. Okay, here's another one of these guys. I do want to use my cat ult, but I think my combo is too low to use it. Okay. There's one more of those guys. Parried the platypus. Parried this. Casual. Okay. Okay, so I think we've cleaned out most of the enemies. Yeah, here's an exit. I don't know if that was locked originally. We were thinking, oh, that's definitely an enemy. This ice stalk looking thing. It's got to be an enemy. No? It's just decoration, huh? Okay. Oh, I just saw the cat. Don't shoot the cat. Okay. Oh, I'm in a boss. Rat boss. Oh, okay. Oh, it's sending arrows backwards. Okay. So definitely. Oh, that's a big rat. Okay, so it's shooting where I'm at. And you can see it's sending out a string of 3. So here, if you check this out, right? You can see it's finding a place where I'm at and then sending out these three arrows. But you know, conceivably, an enemy could do something where it's like, okay, it's going to look and analyze my pattern and say, oh, this is where you're going, and then kind of try and analyze and change that a little bit. But we're just going to go over here and keep pinging him. Okay, and then looks like he put down a map. Okay. Oh, and we got full health and a health upgrade, so we're now up at 20 health, which is good because I think we were down to 1. But yeah, so games like this, right? You have to add everything in addition to like the rhythm mechanic. You also have to put in things like, you know, so this is tracking the mouse, right? But one of the things we talk about in polishing games is like, okay, so there's you know, what happens when you get hit, right? So the health bar goes down, but like, is there a flashing change or something, or is there an indicator or a sound or some kind of visual thing to say, okay, you've been hit? Don't know. Okay, we have a new gun. It looks like it shoots different kinds of pellets. I'm also much better at shooting this one on the beat, it looks like. So let's see what we have here. Maybe a new cat too. Okay, these things do attack. They seem to be doing like an X-shaped attack and then maybe a vertical. I also don't know if they're killable. I've shot them a lot, so I think not. Oh, that one got me. Yeah, so like you can see the bullets are, you know, that I got hit there. I don't know if I got hit multiple times or if it's just doing more than 1 health of damage. Looks like it's just doing 1. I bet I know what happened. I bet I walked over the bullet as it was hitting me. Picturing a game with platypus fly at you, need to parry them. You know, I think Dan Povenmire would enjoy that. You'd have to ask him. But it would absolutely be a humorous one. Okay, so we're going through a little bit more. There is a beat here on this game, on this soundtrack. It's a little harder to hear because it's more in the background, but there's sort of a wub wub going on. Okay. You expect your player character to move extremely fast in every direction. Does that change how you want predictive aiming? Sure. I mean, if it's super fast and agile, then it's going to be much harder to do predictive aiming. So, you know, predictive aiming goes from the very simple to the more complicated, right? So you could just say, look, if the player is moving, and you can see this character can move, if he's not dashing, he moves at a consistent rate. Also, where is my cat? I miss my cat. But you could just say like, okay, well, if the character's moving and I'm about to shoot, I want to draw a line to where they would be if they kept moving in constant speed, right? So that's one way of doing it. Or you could, and that's simple, but might work, right? You could also vary. Sometimes you shoot at them, sometimes you shoot ahead of them. If you want to really get into like, I want to do a complex model of, you know, movement that's like based on their historical, like maybe I do this a lot, right? Because I'm a StarCraft player and I'm trying to get my APM up because it's bragging rights, right? then maybe you learn that, as opposed to if you're just learning that I always keep on the move, or maybe I don't keep on the move. Maybe I go and I'm very deliberate, and then I move one at a time, and I do things like that. So you could certainly learn that model, and this goes for pretty much any sort of system, right? Where when you're trying to make a competitive system, is you want to make a the more you understand the human's behavior, the easier a time you will have trying to counter that behavior or supplement that behavior. There's a lot of research that's done in like cooperative games like Overcooked, and like how to be better at working with another human player. And effectively, they all rely on knowing what the human player is going to do. So you have to be able to have that understanding, or else it won't really work. I tried to parry that, and I don't think it did. Almost got pinged by the little slidey guys. So again, I don't know that I need to take out all of these things, but they are here, and my character is nothing if not thorough. Ah, that was stupid. I kind of like these, there's a couple of different enemy types, right? We got the ones that are the long distance snipers, and then the regular ranged guys, and then the kind of sliders, the sliding tombstone things. So having a variety of enemies definitely adds more to your game. Okay. Alright, so I have cleared out what I think is everybody, but I have yet to find the exit. I must have missed it. Every good rhythm game needs a this isn't the exit, is it? Needs a good soundtrack, right? Needs something that is very recognizable and you can hear in the background. Okay. I think the best rhythm game of the oh, that was the exit. Perfect. Oh, okay, got another rat boss. He's shooting arrows. I don't see a boss health bar. Maybe maybe this is one of these like so one trope in games that you'll often see is that they will have they'll have a boss, and then later, as you get better at the game, the boss will just become a regular enemy. And so maybe that's what's going. Oh gosh, he lunged. He had a lunge attack. That's crazy. I got him. That was terrifying, and he looks like he had like a big shotgun burst of projectiles. And our cat's back, and now we have a bow, like a bowcaster thing. So we can kind of shoot behind us if we have the thing right over us. I really want to try and see if I can get good enough at my combos that I could get the cat ability. Maybe it would be so it's very hard to get the combo above, and even here, like my combo meter isn't going up. I don't know if I have to hit something with it or just be on the beat. Let's see, now I'm getting the combo meter to go up, but I only got it to like 7, and that's mostly just from parrying. So it's very, very hard to get like 15, which I think is what it said, to be able to get the full ability off. Yeah, it might be kind of interesting to try like a different kind of meter where like it builds up more and more exponentially as you get higher combo, but it still does build a little bit each time regardless of what you do. It's kind of like an overdrive meter, as you would see in like a JRPG, mostly a Final Fantasy. Could be interesting. Do you have different ways of doing that? Or, it could just be a, hey, get good. You don't get crazy cat combo attacks unless you get that high of a combo meter. Yeah, I was gonna say that I was trying to think of the rhythm game that came out recently that I thought was very very well done. And I'm blanking on the name right now. Great soundtrack. Main character played the guitar with a magnetic robot arm. Um, Chat, if you can help me out, I would appreciate it. It was a um, it was a very stylized game, cartoons, kind of cel shaded graphics. Hi-Fi Rush, thank you so much. Anyway, that was a fantastic rhythm game, and very arcade driven, as many rhythm games are, where you get um, a kind of a rating at the end of each level, right? Of okay, I got a B score on time and an A score on not getting hit and a S score on combo length and things like that. Anyway, if you like rhythm games and you haven't played that, I recommend it. I also recommend, for lots of different reasons, that people play games like Neon White. While not a rhythm game per se, it is about kind of optimizing and speedrunning. It's arguably a speedrunning game with cards. Um, and you'll notice me throughout the stream, I hope, kind of give lots of examples as we talk through the games. And I'm a big believer that to design good games, you should play games. Because you should see what kind of other things people do as they design games. Say, okay, this is what works for me, and this is what doesn't work for me, or I like this about this game, or I don't like this about this game. We synthesize lots of different types of information about games by exposing ourselves to them, right? So this is like any kind of art, right? If you learn about other people's art and you learn about the creative aspects as well as the technical aspects, right? That can help you solve problems, right? You solve things that have, and that's true, really. I mean, for me as an engineer in almost any type of situation, right, where you say, I've tried this this project here, and I used something I learned doing one project, and I'm now applying it to another. I was just talking to somebody today where I was like, wow, I think maybe we could use this technique that I haven't thought of in a long time to solve this problem that involved like bioinformatics, which is absolutely not my field at all, but I was, I wouldn't have known that had I not been like working on problems in unrelated areas. So same thing with games, right? Play games that aren't in your genre, learn things from them. I think that's all very very good practice. I did not and still don't play a lot of horror games, but I played a lot through this class because people enjoy scaring the professor. And also, I've grown an appreciation for them and some of the techniques in them um, because I've now played them, and the storytelling and lots of other good things. So I recommend for sure to play things out of your comfort zone. Okay, so I am absolutely getting worn down by. I think there's a little bit of homing to the little blue sphere attacks of the like red goggle guys, because they do the bullets seem to curve a little, which is an extra bit of challenge for sure. Try to see if there are any enemies in this section. Not always sure where to go, but it's oh. Okay, so see these guys have very long range attacks. Oh, I got hit there, and again, and they're doing some dodging. Oh, that looks like a boss. I am in trouble. Okay, I think I got that one. Eek. Okay, it's either a boss or the area I need to go. Yeah, those are definitely curving. Those little blue bullets. Okay, well let's go into the cat's maw. Okay, we got the rat guy again. He's got his arrows. But thankfully I know how to take him out, which is stay away from him so he doesn't use his slam attack. Ah! Multiple phases. Okay. And okay, he does not seem to be dying. This is a new problem. Oh, that was really cool. Ah, I died. Okay, I clicked outside the window right at the last minute. Ah, okay. Look, might be a giant cat. Yeah. So I think I died right there at the end. His health was at 0, admittedly. So I'll call that a draw. Is any of the designers on here? Was I at the end of the level there? So while I wait to hear the answer to that question, um, I guess I'll just kind of speed run this. Maybe speed run this while we talk about it. If that was the end, I'm not going to go through the whole thing again, but I am curious. Yeah, so that boss had different phases, right? So you got down 1 health bar, and then right at the end you could see that his arrows were starting to like split into multiple patterns, right, as they were landing on the ground and kind of exploding out. I just got to his last phase. Yeah, I thought so. Okay. So looks like I can speedrun this if I don't actually have to kill all the enemies. So I'm just gonna kind of see if I can get back really quickly because we do have a little bit more time on this game yet. So, as a game that involves basically the Doom guy and his faithful cat, this game is sort of it makes sense to fight the rats because it's like, hey, I feel like I'm John Wick here. The cats that follow you around, they're not on every level, it doesn't seem like, but they are. I do like that there's sort of a companion AI of them walking around. It's very cute. I'm trying to see if the cat, when the cat is around, if they do anything in terms of damage other than the ultimate attack that I haven't been able to pull off. Okay, I should have the ultimate attack now. Okay, it worked. I think my combo's at 15, and I pressed Q, and the guy disappeared. I don't know if that was the cat sort of taking him into the Shadow Realm or what, but it did kill an enemy. So I seem to be having better luck with the parry as a way of. Oh, that guy just took out. There's friendly fire in this game. I just noticed one of the enemies got taken out by bullets, but yeah. It's supposed to be a cat nuke. The animation may have bugged out. Yeah. Well, the cat's not around, but and there's lore. I'm getting lore in the chat now. Demons stole your cat, and you have to jump through a portal and get them. Obviously, that's what you do. Except, I think the likelihood is that the cat was probably working with the demons, but he would find this funny, regardless. Okay, I need to pay attention here a little bit. Can I just leave? I forgot where the exit was on this level. Or if this is one of the ones where I have to take out all the guys. That looks good. Okay. So now we have this guy who doesn't have a health bar, but was able to kind of take out at long range last time. But then he started jumping around on me, so I want to follow the green path. Okay, nice. Oh, that's what happened to me last time. So, for those of you who haven't worked with Windows applications, you could do a couple of things. You can make something be designed to run as full screen or as full screen windowed, or just within a window. If it's window, it's obviously small, right? And you can resize it. If it's full screen windowed, it's treated as a window, which means if you move your cursor off of it, and I have multiple screens, right, to manage my streaming. If you move your cursor off the edge on the right here and then click out of it, it'll freeze the game, right, because you're no longer focusing on the window. If it's true full screen, you can't do that. Your cursor's locked in, which is often why you see that option in different types of games, which is an interesting little tidbit of development. And Mac has its own trials and tribulations that are distinct. But we make everything in this class is normally targeted for Windows unless it's targeting a VR platform specifically. But for those few of you out there that are developing for Mac and Linux, or for mobile, which there's quite a lot of people developing for mobile, but if you're working on those, then if you're using game engines, most of them will target various platforms. That's kind of Unity's selling point for sure, is that they will supposedly let you target many. They do let you target many platforms. They also have web support. I know Unity's not been everybody's favorite, just due to some of their changes in their licensing structure in recent years, but they've kind of backed off on a few of those things. Anyway, but if you're taking the class or you haven't taken the class yet, we don't mandate that you use any particular engine. This year we've had people using Godot, Unreal, and Unity, all to different and I think varied and reasonable degrees of success. We teach the class in Unity, just because it's an all-around good engine that lets you have information about everything you're doing. But technically, you can execute your game in the engine that you like. Okay, all right. I'm just gonna move past these guys because I don't want to fight them, and hopefully get here to the exit and just skirt over here. Okay. Maybe. I thought this is where the exit was. Maybe not. Where is the giant cat skull thing? Doom was one of the first, actually Doom 2 was one of the first games I ever played. When I was, back before there were really ESRB ratings. But I always liked it for the puzzles, right? Go around, find the map, get the keys, open the doors. But it's always fun to have, to be shooting demons with various weapons, though. I noticed that this character's weapons do change with each level. They fire different projectiles, and they're a little bit different. It'd be kind of interesting if you could switch between them and kind of get different benefits from the weapons. But I think it works regardless. Okay. Still got 16 health. If I can get to the end here. Aha! Okay. So, rat boss over here. I'm going to stay away from him. His leap attack is very scary. Okay. Oh, he leapt right on top of me there. Trying to get my cat nuke up through blocking. I got distracted there. Has anybody done any fun Easter eggs in the class? In the past? Oh, I'm stuck. Oh no. Dash out of here. Alright. I was able to shotgun him down, looks like. Absolutely, people have done Easter eggs. I haven't seen any yet today, but we're keeping our eyes open. People have differently stuck pictures of me in the game before in secret areas. There have been, I believe somebody has done like different codes for, like sneaking the Konami code into the game and having it do something. Alright, I think I got the guy. He certainly disappeared. I don't know if there's more content after this. I'm trying to get my cat nuke up. I want to see what that looks like. But I think we're going to call this game here unless there's something else I'm missing. All right. Okay. Well, and that is a meow, rescuing your cat from devils. Okay. So, move back into chat. Okay, so that is 2 games down, and we're going to go moving on to our next one, which is going to be Cyberspurs, Team 7. So bear with me as we get all of that set up. Okay. All right. And so far, I don't think we've had any major sound issues. Chat seems to be working. So already we're in a better situation than Twitch Studio. So, okay. Very good. Well, Lord Cogsworth, what's your game number? Or what's your game? I will keep an eye out for him. But all right, so we're gonna look up some readmes here. Oh, long readme for this one. Very good. All right. Oak distress. Okay, gotcha. All right, so let me just do a little checking here on Cyberspores. Okay, we're gonna be in the tutorial. Okay, I don't need all of this detail because I will look at this later. Okay, a lot of good stuff about free sound and various things in here. Okay, well, let's just see how this goes as we start up. So starting on with Cyberspurs. And none of these EXEs are signed, so Windows is complaining. And if you want to sign them, at least if it's anything like it was some years ago, you have to buy a very expensive license of Visual Studio in order to get your games signed so they don't cause warnings. Which, treat that how you will. Okay. So let's see what we can do about... our Cyberspurs. Get this to register. There we go. All right. And again, I want to move some things around here so that we're not covering up any of the nice art. All right. Move our logo down here. Perfect. Anybody making a fighting game? So not in my section, but fighting games are definitely ones that we sometimes talk about. In the past, we've had guest lectures talk about fighting games. Hopefully we'll have them back in the future. But fighting games are an interesting thing because the point of the AI in a fighting game is not really, excuse me, it's not really to make something for your, you're not really trying to make a opponent for that's going to beat the human player. You want to make a AI NPC that's good enough to let you practice against them so that when your friend comes over, then you can beat them mercilessly because you've been practicing and they haven't. Which is what happened to me when my friend owned various fighting games and I did not. So, you know, but seriously, no, you want to make a AI that's good enough for you to practice on, but not normally one that's going to have like a huge single player campaign mode. Because the point of fighting games is to fight against your friends, which is well, the point. Yeah, Soul Calibur. Anyway, let's go ahead and play Cyberspurs. get us started here. Okay. All right, so there's spurs in the name, and I have a revolver, so I'm going to presume I am a cool cowboy. Oh my gosh! All right, so we've got lions, tigers. I know what animals are. And I think this is our tutorial level. This is a hell of a tutorial to be like, okay, we've placed you in a room with 7 tigers. Good luck. I also know that in this case, like some of the art and the sprites were made by hand by the team. So like they made the like the little avatar of our gunslinger there, with his cool little cyber eye and things. Corpmax says go to Smash Lines. Yes, support your locals. Yes, play fighting games with your friends and local people. So say welcome to Cyberspurs. Right now all you can do is move, jump, and shoot. Pew. Okay. I have my pew pew right here. Turn around to continue the tutorial. At which point you're supposed to see the tigers. Okay. Use your revolver to defeat the enemy. If you run out of bullets, you can press R. Oh, now I've angered them. Okay. Okay, so there's some nice sound effects there. Click, 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 click noise of us reloading. Alright. Looks like our ammo bar is not quite updated there, but we've got this blue bar that's kind of charging. Not sure what that is yet. You do have to manually reload, so all of you who've gotten used to the convenience of auto-reloading in first-person shooters, too bad, you don't get that here. Feed an enemy while visible increases your bullet time meter. Once your meter is full, you can use it to slow down time. Okay, so that's my blue meter. Try out bullet time on these enemies. Try out bullet time on these enemies. The enemies that have been taken down also regenerate your health, not your bullet time meter, and if they're under shadows, they can be defeated using a melee takedown. Okay, so if I go to bullet time, oh yeah, this is very cool. Very nice bullet time. So it slows time down for everyone. I'm not going faster. But now you can see that I'm in the shadows and my portrait changed and I'm hidden. Alright, so I forgot the key for takedown. E! Okay. So if I get close enough, I can do and just snipe that guy. Insta-kill. Okay, so if you get in stealth areas, you can take down the different tigers. I know! I don't know, it's like, yeah, we're not fighting against zombies or bad guys, we're taking out endangered animals, but you know, it's the Wild West in the future with cyber guys. Alright, poor tigers. Okay, so we've taken them all out, and now we can go here and pop over to level 1. Let's do it. Womp. Okay, defeat the enemy. Oh, we got a tiger right there. I'll take him out. We are not doing well here, right off the bat. Okay, well, so we have tigers with remote tiger beams. Wow, okay, insta-kill. Alright, the 4 tigers have lasers now, so I don't think they're that poor. Okay. Alright, so gotta remember to reload. Looks like we kept the ones that were out are still gone, maybe? Okay. So if we're in visible area, we ought to be able to increase our bullet time meter, which is good. But if we're in the shadows, then we can collect. Then we can just take these guys out secretly with our takedown. So that's kind of an interesting balance where you're trying to say, okay, we are, you know, are they spitting tigers? They must be spitting something. But, you know, you can more easily take down enemies if you're in the shadows, but if you want to get your ultimate ability up, then you have to take them out in the sunlight. So the tigers do seem to notice when I shoot them. Well, they notice when I shoot them. They also notice if I shoot close to them, I think. Maybe not. Okay. To actually shoot him. But if I would just walk close to this guy, he's going to start tracking me. So these, oh, yikes, he came out of nowhere. I like the music. Okay, so these are the ones that are indeed shooting bullets. Somebody gave these tigers a gun. The tigers spit bullets, yes, like, endangered no longer, we've had enough. Okay. So if I go in here, and he's not coming into the shadows, he just wants to shoot bullets at me. It's okay. Okay, maybe I can take this guy out with my snipe. Oh no, I used the bullet time. I didn't mean to. I meant to save that for the boss. So the bullet time gives you like a nice glow effect, so that's good polish. And obviously it does successfully slow down all the enemies. Uh-oh, this guy's sneaking up behind me. I could just sort of evade all of these guys, but you know, again, once you start hunting endangered animals, I guess there's really no line that you won't cross. Trying to get my bullet time back. Okay, so now theoretically, I could go and press E, take these guys down. Gotcha. So that's a very powerful attack. Definitely to be able to do an instant takedown. Makes you very dangerous in the shadows. There is a nice, you know, the fact that the portrait changes when you're in a hidden area is helpful. Might be nice to see kind of like a screen effect, kind of like the bullet time effect as well. Or a sound to kind of indicate, oh yeah, they're in a hidden area. Got more of our tigers here. So I'm just gonna kind of go and maybe lure this guy in. Yep. So as long as I'm in the shadows, I can take these guys out pretty instantly. Although he is not triggering for some reason. So yeah, so if you shoot a tiger relatively near to another one, then they will notice you. So I think maybe I can't take him down because he's noticed me. So I'm out of like, it's a stealth attack, right? So if I broke in stealth, that's probably why. So there's sort of a stealth element to this game of not getting noticed. Okay. So definitely this is our first 3D game of the stream. And, you know, you can get some nice things with the low poly art style and, you know, some good game design of, you know, smaller corridors with these bigger areas. Definitely lots of shadows to make use of, right? That changes your primary ability, which is nice. Level design. Yeah, so what's here? Okay. Yeah, this seems to be flowers? Yeah, okay. Alright. Mystic key floating in the area of flowers. So another thing you can do in games, and it really depends on your player expectation, is do you want to have it such that they feel like rewarded for going through and you know, clearing everything out, or as you notice, there's more tigers back now, right? And why are they back? Presumably because we went to a trigger area, right? And so we progressed the story, or we got a key item, and now that means that the tigers are back, right? So if you do things like that, like horror games will do this a lot, where there'll be certain things that you can kind of certain areas that you can clear out for real, but then there's other encounters that are scripted, right? That's what we'll call them. And so they'll come back and there'll be new enemies that have just been added in. could be the main boss monster or something that kind of comes back. And using a combination of those is good. You don't want to feel unfair, like if somebody's like worked really hard to clear out an area and just have a bunch of things respawn. That can sometimes feel frustrating. But when you want to add challenge or you want to acknowledge that the player has done something, that's very good. I think like the original Resident Evil did this extremely well because you are rewarded for cleaning out areas, mostly. There's a little bit of a spoiler for that. But then once you progress far enough in the game, there'll be like more enemies will break through certain areas or they'll refill up. But it always feels like earned. Like there'll be a zombie that'll be in a closet and the closet door will open later. So it's like semi-scripted, but largely feels fairly fair. Okay, so we've got our boss, so we're going to go ahead and fight our boss. Okay. So we'll go down this sneaky corridor. Maybe we'll find out where all these tigers are coming from. Okay, you get another song. Definitely sounds bossish. Alright, we have a, I believe this is also a custom model. So we've got like I believe this is called the Beastmaster. Can I hide here? Oh, no, she sees me. Okay. Definitely got a cool gun there. Chasing around a little bit. Okay, oh, that's kind of a shotgun blast. That's scary. Can I use my takedown on her? So we got another low poly art style here of the Beastmaster. Kind of definitely like the cyber combo. Oh, boss arena too. Oh, okay, and now she's summoned a wolf. So bosses with ads, very common. Okay. Wow, she's much faster now too. Doing a better job of chasing me around the map. Must not be able to do damage with her. Maybe she summoned more ads. So I use the term ads to mean creatures that have been summoned by a boss. The term is very commonly used in MMOs where different bosses will require you to kind of take different strategies. Solomon over there. So, you know, some bosses, the ads do a lot of damage, they're very weak, and so your goal is to kind of take them out so that you don't get overwhelmed. Other bosses will just spawn an infinite amount of ads, and they're largely a distraction. You want to not take them out. So different kind of ideas of what to do with boss design. Okay, I think I'm able to damage her once there. Okay, I gotta take out these wolves. I'm almost dead here, so I'm trying to straight. Oh, I went into the area there. I didn't mean to. Okay, so she seems to be. You gotta take out her little wolf creatures to be able to do damage to her, which is pretty good design. She seems much tougher in this phase. Okay, so here's some more wolves. Good thing she's not summoning more gun tigers. Those would be terrifying. Alright. Mission success. Stars 2 out of 3. Very cool. No. That Rat 1 CI, I think she worked just fine. Yeah, she spawns 2 of the wolves and then she's immune until you take out the wolves. I think one of the wolves got stuck in a bush, but I blindly shooting, I was able to take out the wolves. So this is nice to have a score screen, right? You could say, all right, we have 2 out of 3 stars, so I did okay, but I could have done better. I took out 39 enemies. I did take damage, so I probably lost a star for taking damage at all. So you could kind of restart this and play to see if you could do like a full-on stealth playthrough, or I don't know if the stealth made a difference, or making sure you don't take damage at all maybe gets you that 3rd star. They mentioned something about this in the yes. So there was something in the README about it. I think indeed I did need to not take damage in order to get a perfect score. But you also have to take out some certain minimum amount of enemies. So this adds to replayability. If you wanted to replay the game again, right, you would have to not take damage, which I think is quite difficult given that you spawn right on top of this guy. But maybe there's a way to reset and do that enough times to try and get it until you could do a perfect takedown. So, very interesting. And again, I guess you could just largely speed run this to an extent. Although the tigers can certainly do quite a lot of damage, but get to the key, get to the boss, take them out. Very cool. Alright guys, well I'm not going to go ahead and try and get a perfect score on this. I think I did pretty well with my 2 stars. So I think that's going to be it for Cyber Spurs now. And we're going to go ahead and move on to our next game. But yeah, that featured a lot of interesting things. We got to see, bosses with multiple phases. We saw that in the last game too with the Rat King, right? We were able to see that we had, these different phases. Very common to see boss design where you'll have different abilities that they get stronger as they take more damage. That's a very JRPG type thing to do that has since been adopted by pretty much every game ever. That as you whittle down a boss's health, they get new abilities or new health, or they regenerate their health, or they spawn adds, as we were talking about, or various other things. So we got to see that in both of the last 2 games. Obviously, we got to see a first-person shooter here with some reload mechanics and some different ways of kind of controlling the enemies, right? That the tigers moved in slightly different ways than the wolves. The wolves kind of just beelined for you. The tigers wandered around a little bit more and occasionally shot bullets, right? And then the Beastmaster didn't kind of wandered around in the first phase and then really stuck on you and tracked as you went into later phases. So all some really interesting design there. So thanks very much to the team who did Cyberspurs. Okay. All right, so our next up is going to be Team 27 with Slab. Also, if any of you happen to be who are in chat are also have the Discord up, if you wouldn't mind just kind of dropping a notice and saying, "Hey, we're getting ready to do the next game." I know people are coming in and out, and kind of say, "Hey, Team 27, sorry, Team 27, yeah, get in here if you're wanting to see." And again, this will all be on the VOD, so you'll be able to catch up at any point that you want to, but just as an FYI. Also, I'm trying to aim for, right, we had a little bit of time in the beginning, but I'm trying to aim for about half an hour a game, more or less. So if you're looking at the schedule for tomorrow and you want to know when your game is going to be played, start at 2 p.m. and then count approximately half-hour increments. But we'll also try and let people know when we're going to get up and do their games. Okay, so the next one up is Slab, as I mentioned. So we're going to go ahead and move on to that. And I believe Slab stands for Slime Lab, possibly. So we're going to see as we bring it up. And there are a lot of levels based on my reading of the binary files. So as soon as I beat down Windows so that it will stop complaining, about security, we will get this game up and going. Oh, and I'm sorry about the camera covering up the UI. I will try and actually let me just so that people can appreciate the nice UI. This was for the last game. I did miss a piece of chat there. So I am going to bring the game up so that people can appreciate the art. Look at the art. Appreciate the art. So give me just a sec to do this. This is for Cyberspurs. So I do have to keep moving my camera around because people put UIs in different areas. So hopefully we'll bring that back up in just a moment. Okay, so our Cyberspurs game had our tutorial, which I'm just going to skip through. But now, now you can see we have this nice, in the bottom left corner, we have this nice area with the ammo, with the reload gauge, and with the cool custom drawn portrait art. So we can go in here, we can take down the lions while we're, tigers while we're hidden, and then we can shoot. And as long as we are in the visible area, our blue bar will go up. And as you get the blue bar fully up, you will get the ability to do bullet time once it fully goes up, which if I were to go through and start the game at level 1, and now I could do bullet time immediately and dodge this, hopefully. Still got hit. But anyways, that's where the UI is. Okay. Alright, so Timogen says Team 15, some bug fixes. Okay. We are not to Team 15 yet, but we will be doing that next. So could you guys, when you get a chance, tell me the timestamp of your submission? I think I have the latest one, but I do want to make sure. Okay, but we're not to there yet. Right now we're Team 27. We're doing slab. So let's go ahead and get that up and going. And there's the schedule. Okay, come on, game capture. And we'll see if we can get to the see if this works. Okay, excellent. So we should now be getting ready to play Slab. This one, the music sounds a little quiet. How's it sound to you guys? Another challenge with streaming lots of different games is that you have to get all of your sound balancing sound right for each one. Seems good? Okay, awesome. Thank you for the info. Okay, so we're gonna go ahead and play Slab now. So the README on this one was pretty short and sweet. It was just play. So we will go ahead and get started. Oh, I'll set my timer. Okay. Okay, well, right off the bat, I can tell you that I love the art style. Very cute. Welcome to the slab, little one. Okay, so we have some kind of mini map here, maybe? Not sure. And we have 3 heart containers. And we have a seed. Oh, that gives me an example of talking about seeds. So, um, games with seeds. Well, I got game over. Why? What'd I do? Pressing Alt seems to give me a instant death here. But okay. So, first of all, I can move around with WSAD. And, uh-oh, an enemy seems to have caught me. And you've got a nice vision cone there of enemies, and then if I move outside the vision cone, then he kind of looks in my direction for a while, but then he gives up. So there's some really nice um, state machines probably going on there for these little robot dudes. Um, and I did lose my music, which is kind of a bummer. But so I can get right up behind him, and they won't detect me. In fact, I can even bounce them around, which is kind of a fun idea. But if one of them catches me and runs into me from the front, then I lose health and I die. So just wanting to test a few things there. And I was told I needed to restart if I died too many times. So I'm going to make sure that I do just that. So we'll just go ahead and go back up to slab and get this re-going. But yeah, so seeds. What are seeds? Seeds are if you are trying to make a random game, right? A game with procedural generation or some kind of experience that will be different from time to time. And if you're doing that, then you will normally use the computer's onboard pseudo random number generator to then create all of the randomness that is um, in your game. And if you allow people to have a seed at the top, it's very good for 2 reasons. One, if you let them input the seed, you can ensure they get the same random experience. And that way, if you either want to share your gameplay and say, hey, this was a really fun run, I want to have other people play it, then you can. I know somebody mentioned Balatro earlier. Balatro lets you do this. And it's also really, really, really good if you're debugging your game, because if you've got a game with randomness and there's a bug, it's very hard for you to find it unless you record the seed of your players. So, okay. Welcome to the lab, little one. So I'm going to dodge these guys this time and not get taken off by them, hopefully. Oh, no! Can I get through the door? Yes. Will you be prepared, little one? Okay, so I went immediately into this area, which appears to be a floating boss, and I probably should have known that from the imagery on the minimap. So you can see we've got a nice minimap here with a little slime. I don't think I'm prepared, so I'm going to leave if I can. And there seems to be some kind of collectible in the middle of the room, which I'm going to try and get. Movement speed increased. Okay, so yes, I have an ability. And then we have a new room here. This one seems to be... Oh, it's timed! Okay, so I probably need to... Oh, no! Okay. The timer will not start until you press a key. So all this blue stuff is ice, it appears. And yes, it makes me immediately slide. And it's very hard to navigate. So I'm going to try and go through here. Oh, this is an interesting challenge room. I really like this. Go through here, go through here, go through here, get out of the room. All right, I made it. Okay, so that's really cool. So the ones with the rooms with uh, the rooms with the clocks on them have timers. These rooms don't, and then the blue areas seem to have seem to make you slide. I don't think I can turn at all on the ice. So sometimes ice lets you move a little bit. This does not, right? So as soon as you start sliding on the ice, you go all the way to the end. Um, and yeah, I love the design of this. The crystals sticking up here. I have to kind of slide my way through in various ways. Oh no, I'm gonna get caught by this guy because I can't avoid him. Okay, I was able to escape. And you can enter the ice at an angle, which is how I got through that last room. So I should be able to like diagonalize through here. And then, yeah, now I'm stuck. Okay. All right, so I lost another heart. Do you know if the assets are homemade? They're really cute. I don't know. If one of the designers is here, it would be great to know because I agree they are adorable. So, Okay, I am not doing well in this room. I don't know if I need to be in this room. The room has, there's these red and blue markers. The last time I got a blue marker, it gave me speed. So, maybe that's a good thing. Maybe the blue items are kind of good. Don't know what the red markers are. Okay, alright, I made it through this time. Okay, so here's another thing. Health restored and increased by 1. Okay, so definitely a buff, and I have my speed, which is great. So this game seems to be all about kind of buffing your character, which makes sense. Why it asked me if I was ready when I went into the boss room, which I absolutely was not. And now I can just scooch through here, and here's another bonus, which is another health point. So maybe the red dots are health points, and the blue dots are some other kind of power up. Could be speed. No, no, I don't want to slide over here. Okay, just made it. Okay, so this is a particularly tricky area to platform, so I got to slide through here, and then kind of arrange myself so I don't fall off, and then slide through there, and then voila. Okay, so here's another movement speed. It also says 2 out of 3 once I've gotten those, and then even more health. So the blue dots seem to be the movement speed things. Oh no! Oh no! Don't slip. Okay. So there we go. So you got to kind of align yourself before you move on here. I cannot jump. So if anybody's wondering why I am not just doing that, that would be why. Okay, and then I want to just kind of slide. Oh no! Okay. And I fell right at the end, which was a bummer. So, okay, we're going to slide here, over to here. Whoa, almost overshot. So this is kind of puzzle-like slash kind of skill-based, I guess, because like the yeah, okay. So like you kind of have to think about where you're trying to go, but also, um, there's a little bit of aligning things properly so you slide in the right directions. Okay, so another timed room. Oh, this one's really cool. So I'm assuming all of these rooms are fully procedurally generated, and by which I mean, there's going to be a set of rooms that are probably handmade, but then you're going to um, select them and kind of attach them together in this maze. Okay, I was able to hide from those guys, which is great. It's a little hard to see my character there. Might be something where you would want to like do cutaways. Oh crap. Okay, but of the wall. Oh, okay. So I ran out of timer, and then I immediately died. So that sucks. Okay, but I can go around here because I can't always see. I can see the view cones, but I can't vision cones, but I can't always see like where I am in relation to these, just because the walls are so kind of tight here. I'm gonna stay out of this guy's vision, but then I think I'm gonna die because of the timer. This one's really hard to get through in quick time. Okay, so I gotta go through here. I gotta kind of be bold if I'm gonna get through this area, and then I'm gonna sneak through here. Oh, I got really lucky this time, and then I can get all the way to the end, and then there is another speed and a full heal, which I desperately needed. So that's good. I do see there's one more red mark, which is probably going to be one more heal. Oh, lots of bad guys right here. Not great. Not great. Gonna go around. So this is very much a dodge the bad guys type of room, as opposed to the don't fall on the ice, which is nice. It's nice that there's variety of how this game is laid out and what the different rooms are. Okay, easier going that direction, I feel like. So now I'm going to slide back through here. This is going to be actually quite tricky, but maybe I can slide over here. Okay, and then kind of slide over here. Oh no, 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 no. Okay, kind of slide this way. All right. Okay. I don't think I'm going to have enough time. Yeah, okay. So that kicked me back out. But maybe what I can do here is, so if you hit the post is pretty good, and then the timer resets as soon as you leave the room. So now I can just pop out of here, pop back here, strategically, then go through to here. So this game has some stealth elements, right? It has some puzzle elements so far, and then we'll see how the boss goes. I'm certainly speedy enough at this point. So okay, will you be prepared, little one? I am. I am prepared. I really like the boss in a top hat. Okay, so I think this is a. Uh-oh. Is that all I had? Uh-oh, he shot me. So I think this is a survive for 90 seconds, maybe? So he's trying to knock me off the platform, it looks like. Oh, okay, there we go. So dodge. Okay, this is really quite fun. So this is dodging between. He's got a knockback attack, so it doesn't actually do damage, but it does switch you through. So okay. So sometimes you just want to run really fast, and sometimes you have to kind of alternate between these patterns. Nice challenge for a game that doesn't really have combat. Okay, oh, that's a new attack. Are we supposed to escape? The timer is no longer going, so I think we're supposed to, like, escape through here. Oh no! Don't want to get hit by that. Okay. Dodging his laser. Oh no! Okay, we did take a hit there. And another one. But now we're in a new area. Okay. Oh, and he's got a friend in here. Very challenging boss. The speed upgrades are super helpful, so we want to stay out of the vision cone of his friend, who's going to be patrolling. Definitely a survival boss mechanic, right? So you're not really trying to beat him as much as just persist. Okay, I'm definitely taking some punishment here, but it's okay. As long as we don't get knocked off. Sound effects are good. Oh, we're so close. We win! Yeah, that's a really great boss design for a boss in a non-combat game. Okay, so really enjoyed that game, right? The boss is very nice, very much feels like you're dodging. It's hard. Staying alive against that for 90 seconds takes quite a bit of time. Quite a bit of effort. And yeah, I think if we're gonna play again here, which I suggest we do, right now you can see we have a completely different map, right? And in this case, we actually aren't starting off next to the boss. We're starting in kind of a different area, and then we have these um, health pickups and movement speed pickups, and our goal is to just be a little slime lab, little guy, little guy. We do seem to be stuck here. It did mention that there was an error if you died enough times that it could cause a problem that I should be able to just restart and fix, which I will do. So I could see, I want to see some more of the room designs because there's some really nice ones, and they mention. I'm reading now through the reading through the README, and there's looks like about 11 different rooms. That they're calling stealth rooms and ice rooms, right? So there's definitely some interesting level design there to be able to put these together. And yeah, you can, games like this that are roguelikes, right? And I say that in a very loose term, but procedurally generated levels, um, you can absolutely add in more and more stuff, right? As you add in more levels, say we'll make a new type of levels, or we'll add one more type of we'll make one more type of enemy, or we'll make one more new mechanic or a new power up, and they just add on, right? So okay, so here, for example, the boss room's not far away, but what we really want to do is go and get some of these awesome power ups, right? So we can go through here. We have timed level. Oh, this one's a stealth one, but not too hard because we're just going across. And then this is another type of stealth one with the guys patrolling. Also timed. This is a timed stealth. And then here's just a straight up ice room that we got to kind of navigate. Yeah, if I was going to add one thing for quality of life, it would just be to like cut away the walls when I'm directly behind them, just so I could see my character a little bit more. But that's very minor. Is the code of any of these games available on GitHub? It depends on the team. We do make it's heavily encouraged that you use a version control of some kind, whether that's a public GitHub that the team is willing to share with you. That's an entirely different question. But a lot of teams, if they've made their game complete, they'll self-publish on itch.io, so you can at least play the game. I've been saying this for a number of semesters, but I really am intending to put a repository, at least of kind of like the best games, not the source code, just the binaries, to be playable as part of the course resources, so that you can kind of see what other people have done, and members of the public can play them. So that is likely going to be coming in 2025, and but yeah, no, I mean certainly if you're going to look at the source code or use the source code in any way, I would uh, encourage you to. Oh, I got killed there. I would encourage you to um, talk with the designers, right? Don't just take their stuff, even if it is in a public GitHub repo. That would be the proper thing to do. Oh, yikes. Okay, so I'm gonna kind of sneak these guys. But yeah, definitely a lot of nice replayability here with these different uh, with the different kinds of rooms and the different kind of enemies. Did get stuck a little bit there, but I managed to escape. Hooray. This is a very bad place to be. I should not be in this corner. But haha. Okay. Ah. Okay. Gotta dodge this guy a little bit here. The enemies are patrolling on waypoints, so you can kind of learn their patterns a little bit, which is a fun thing. You always want to reward the player if you can for learning things, for getting better at the game again. And your question about how one of them was made and using what? Yeah, again, feel free to just ask. But for the most part, you can presume that they're going to be made in a major game engine, one of the three that I mentioned earlier, which for those of you who weren't here was again Unity, Unreal, or Godot. Godot certainly becoming more of a thing than it used to be. Community-driven project. A lot of people are adding stuff to it. Don't know if it'll win out against the big boys, but it's certainly become more popular recently. And then there's like other niche game engines. I mean, there's many, 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 including the ones that are proprietary, right? But there's Game Maker Studio, and they're kind of like lighter, right? Game Maker Studio, which has got some features, but it's not really what I'd call full featured in terms of an engine. And then things like, RPG Maker, which is great if you want to make like a visual novel, but otherwise is pretty limited. So if you're interested in getting into making games, I recommend you learn, at least one of the big ones, and kind of work from there. We do a lot of talking in the course about. Okay, I'm figuring out the puzzle room now. I gotta go here, 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 and there. Perfect. We do a lot of talking about, here's how you make a game from scratch. But normally it's within the context of an engine. But I do talk a little bit about like what underlying technology is part of the engines, because often if you're working for a company, you might need to work on their engine. You might be an engine developer, right, where you're working on their proprietary engine and making additions or modifications to it. So I do believe in teaching you like this is what's going on under the hood, in addition to the hey, this is the this is the game itself. Okay, so I believe I'm stuck on a piece of ice that I cannot see. Excellent. Okay. And Cormac has just given you a link to Sterlina Fantasy, which was a fantastic game from some time ago that I recommend you play. We also do at the end of the streaming day. Come on, dude, you can make it. Um, at the end of these streaming days, we will give out awards for kind of the best games. Ah, that was stupid. Um, and for a number of different categories, best technical and sort of best overall. And I, um, yeah, so some of the knowing the award winners and stuff from past semesters can be really helpful for kind of seeing the level of quality of the games, which is always to me very very impressive, right? People put a lot of heart and soul into these games, a lot of effort, and certainly make some really really strong products. Aha! Okay. And we're back to this guy, so I do want to fight him again. So, oh, another thing you can add if you're doing your procedurally generated games, right, is you're going to add more bosses, right? So you think of, the classic roguelikes of our era, right, where, you have a chance at certain bosses. Um, and, I'm thinking of Binding of Isaac, Darkest Dungeon, right, Into the Gungeon, pretty much um, Slay the Spire, all of these types of things, right? There'll be, a set of 5, 6 bosses, right? And it'll pick one, right? It'll be the boss for level 1 and a different for level 2, and so your run is different. That's ways. I really like the design of this boss. Ouch. Um, but variety is the spice of life, as they say, right? So adding new types of bosses and things is always really cool. Um, so I assume the his henchman here is an insta kill if he catches me. He is in every other room, so. This boss also seems to like hit harder if you're further away from his blast attack. Like he doesn't hit very hard if you're right up close to him, which is something I'm kind of realizing as you play. Um, very interesting, very good boss design. Um, and I say 5 or 6 bosses. I just kind of pulled that number out of nowhere, right? Since we're talking about Balatro, right? Balatro has like 26, I think, technically, something like that. It's got a number of them, but they're really also not that. They all have like a specific spin, but um, it's not necessarily super super distinct, right? So you can make variants of bosses. Many people who are making video games are um, they like to save time, right? We have limited time when we're building stuff, so you may make something where you'll make a variant that's like a slightly stronger version of the boss that's a slightly different color and maybe gets one new attack or something like that. Or you can go more sophisticated than that. I'm thinking about Binding of Isaac bosses all have like 3 forms. They have like a base form and a decayed form and then an undead form, and they all have slightly different attacks, but the theme of the bosses is normally similar. Uh, and again, thanks Cormac for adding all these links and things. That's super appreciated. Binding of Isaac is goat. Yeah, it's a very. I mean, it's one of those games that has become just deeply significant for the genre. So certainly, go ahead and move back to chat here as we move on to our next game. Um, and and speaking of goat, I know lots of people recent semesters have been playing the Cult of the Lamb, right, especially since the goat update. So also goat is goat. But yeah, any of these things that are procedurally generated that you got something where you're adding on or getting new abilities. Hades was a darling from a couple of years ago. Hades 2, of course, the sequel. Um, Cult of the Lamb is definitely good. It's got some base building mechanics and like population management. So if you like combining different genres, I'm always really interested when people are like, it's a tower defense, but also a first-person shooter. Uh, I'm thinking of Sanctum for that, or it's it's a base builder, but it's also a roguelike, or it's a card game, but it's also a roguelike, or it's a poker game, but it's also a roguelike, There's been a lot of those recently, Slay the Spire, Balatro, things like that. Um, anyway, we're going to go ahead and move on to our next game. Very much enjoyed Slab or Slime Lab, as you prefer to pronounce. And that's going to be our fifth one of the day. We're making very good time, which is going to be Forge. So we're going to move on to Forge here shortly. Um, but yeah, chat was asking a question about electives. So at UCF. So I'll tell you a couple of things. Um, one is that we have a master's program, right? That is FIA. So the Florida Interactive Entertainment Academy, of which we have had several people from this class who have gone on to go into the FIA program, which I can't say enough about. It's a very good program. It's unusual to see like really game design focused degrees at any level, including the master's level. Most universities don't offer them. So, yeah. FIA is really cool, and so you can certainly go into things if you know you want to do game design, right? I mean, it is a very focused program. It's kind of a sprint in terms of there's really no breaks, and you kind of go for 20 months and you learn game design. And yeah, they got great resources. They got a great facility. I recommend it. Outside of that, we have Uh, good question from Fassies. One second on that one. Um, but um, outside of that, we do have a game design course. We do have a game design degree that I believe is in the College of Sciences. Somebody ought to be able to confirm that for me. Um, or maybe I think it's in the College of Arts and Sciences, and it focuses more on the design elements, right? So that's less programming, less technical, more let's build games as an art form. Certainly very good. I hear some good things about it, but I don't know as much about those courses. Um, and then within computer science, which is where I teach, I'm a professor in the computer science department. We have this course, which has grown over the years. I'm super lucky to have been able to shepherd it from a small 50-person class to upwards of 180 at its height, and now we're at a nice medium-sized 120, which I think is very manageable. But the short answer is yes, I would love to do more game design courses at the undergraduate level. I'd love to be able to split this course into a kind of design focused course and a programming focused course, just because there's so much ground to cover in one semester, because I basically teach you all of the game design principles, a little bit of game engines, a whole bunch of AI principles, and then throw in a few special topics and guest lectures to kind of round it off. And cramming that all into one semester leads to obviously some fantastic games, as we're seeing today. But being able to kind of spread that out and work on projects for slightly longer and being able to kind of finish out some of that, I think would be great, and is something that I'm very much interested in. So, you can support this if you're interested by filling out the end of game, end of end of game, end of class surveys, both the UCF mandated one where you get to grade me and hopefully I don't cry, and also the one that is that I put out that's just like details about the course, like what worked, what didn't, what would you like to see. Also, if the form doesn't fill in the things that you feel like your comments are, or if you just want to say something that's a longer answer or rant about the course, either good or bad, you can always message me directly, either via my email or on Discord if you are a member of the community. So please do, because we're actively looking at developing new expansions to the course. Okay, and then we have um, an inconsistency in the schedule, which I will rectify as soon as I can. So let's look at what the schedule says. So the pinned message is wrong. So we are doing 7 games today and 7 games tomorrow. So we will be ending with Escaping Amnesia today. So we're doing Forge, Working to the Bone, and Escaping Amnesia. And then we will be doing Catastrophe, Stellar Vanguard, Code Black, Hexes and Holsters, Well to Hell, Elemental Siege, and Reverie tomorrow. So I will go ahead and edit that command. This is my first time making a bot command, so apologies for occasional issues with that. But we will be able to get that fixed very shortly. And fixed. See if we can get that right. There you go. Okay. Thank you for the catch. And if you're a part of the Catastrophe team, then I will see you bright and early at 2 p.m. tomorrow. Okay. Great, 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 great. So I have finished getting Forge ready. So let me just see what we can do here. Okay. Forge time. All right, the Raptor, let's get going. Oh, timestamp. Let me see what I have here. Make sure I have this. Taught me a lot of Blender skills. All right, nice. I'm just gonna do a quick verification. So if your last was, I downloaded everything today for like a final check. So as long as it was made on the 4th, then we should be fine. Okay, peachy. Classic 2 a.m. submission time. Don't tell anybody. Yeah, no. We mostly you should be submitting things on time. It is called a deadline for a reason. But you know, I do give people a little bit of grace on occasion if I'm feeling nice. So, mostly by the way, just to clarify on that point, mostly we'll let people resubmit if there's like a fatal problem. If like they built something and it didn't compile right, or there was an error, and then we're like, okay, right. Which is not something you should get used to, especially if you're working in industry, right? Because if the date is that it's going to release on the 15th and it doesn't release on the 15th, right? Then somebody's head is going to roll, right? So do games delay things? Yes. Do players hate this? Yes. So whenever you see a game studio delaying something, it is not because things are going well, right? So always something. Sometimes it did be like that, but anyway, be professional if you can. And I don't know if people caught the news, but you should be checking on Steam has actually decided to crack down a little bit on specifically the idea of DLCs and like season passes where you offer like a bunch of future DLC and then you don't release it on time. Steam has recently redone a lot of their discussions such that they will not be happy if you delay. They give you like, I think, a 1 quarter delay. So if you say it's going to release summer 2025 and it releases fall, you can do that. But if you try and delay it again, it's no good, right? So anyway, read the fine print. But they are trying to get down on the people who are just saying, yeah, we'll release this and here's the date, and then they don't do that. So yeah, it's been in the news. Yeah, Steam, yes, protecting people and doing a good job. Good company. In my opinion, but they have recently talked about and you got to make rules and then you got to enforce them, right? So we'll see how good they are at enforcing them, but they're talking about penalties and various things that they're threatening you with, right? So and again, it's like a narrow thing. I think they're kind of working on to kind of focus on uh, like the season passes, and mostly that's just because there were like some people that were very much abusing that, where they'd be like, "Yeah, we're gonna release like 5 DLCs," and then they release one after they've already gotten your money, and that's not very good, right? That doesn't feel good for anybody. So, of course, you can avoid this problem by like buying DLCs when they're released instead of buying everything in advance. But I don't want to just say do that every time, because sometimes you have indie developers or small people who are, would like to eat some ramen, and if you don't give them a little bit of money in advance, it's very hard for them to do that. So, um, in my personal opinion, I would not pre-order DLCs for very large established companies that can float the money. But if you want to give some money as think of it like a Kickstarter. You're giving money to an earlier stage company, and maybe it succeeds and you get a great game out of it. Maybe it doesn't, and you say, well, I let people do something for a couple of bucks, and they got to try. But you do you, make your personal decisions on that. Yeah. Ark survival. Yeah. Many examples of all of these things that I'm saying. So, yeah. Okay. So let's see if I can. Haha. Worked first time. Okay. So here we are at Forge, where we have a charming, again, low poly level pack, of which I have seen some of these assets before. But I also believe somebody was mentioning, it was either Timogene or the Rector, that there's some assets in here that are custom blendered. So that's awesome. I have a lot of instructions. Do I need to read the README to know how to play, or will there be a tutorial? This is a good question. Just a few models. You can point them out if you want. Yeah, sure. Feel free to mention them in chat. I always really like to know when it's like, okay, we made this or we edited this. It's very cozy. Okay, so we've got Furnace Anvil, minigame, factions, not major tutorial. Okay, I gotta read the README then. All right. WASD for movement. E to interact with workstations. Space to jump. Q to exit minigame. Escape to pause. F for faction menu. And I have no idea what these are. Quick further aside. Because of the way we structure the course, since as far as there's multiple sections, everything gets played. We all talk about it, right? All the different instructors. But I don't often see some of the games that aren't in my section until today, right? Or till this week when we're doing the grading. And I do this kind of intentionally because I want to be able to kind of see them with fresh eyes. For the people who are in my section, I do get to see the games that they develop, so I know a little bit more about them. But I also try and avoid spoilers and having people present the entire game in their final presentations. I want to hear about the technical parts, but not the whole thing. So mostly this is sort of a blind playthrough for me on all these games, or at least semi-blind if it's in my section. So I have no idea what this is about, other than it's called Forge. Is the point I'm trying to make. Okay. Check the controls before playing. Okay, thank you. Day is broken into 3 parts. In the morning, you can purchase from the ores market. You have to talk to him first, and then you can forge weapons and receive quests, 2 minigames. Okay. And then once you run out of time, evening begins, and you can relax. You can only sell and produce items in the workday. And then you can continue until you reach 100 reputation with any group, or lose state, where you get to 0 reputation with any one group. So you really, really annoy them. Okay. And Siege 310, welcome. Also saying that there's been multiple model changes. So let's go ahead. I like the noise of the little forge anvil smack too. So let's go ahead and begin the game. Oh, and I forgot to reset my timer. All right, so I have $500, and I am in day 1, and I've got stuff. Oh, and I have my own model. I appear to be a peasant, a blacksmith peasant. Excellent. So we've got some what appear to be greaves there, maybe, or spalders or pauldrons. I'm not sure. We've got some warhammers and shields and daggers and long swords and axes and dirks and short swords and very nice. Okay, definitely some cute levels here. Looks like some pals are gonna work here. The pals go in the oven. All right. And yeah, okay, very cute. I'm gonna turn down my mouse sensitivity a little bit because it's a little twitchy. That's a little better. That blower, my partner helped me make from scratch. This thing, that's very cute. Yeah, we got the bellows kind of thing. Very nice, adds on to the forge ambiance. Okay, so here we are. So this is a NPC. I think this is the ore merchant. So we need to interact with him with. Hold on, let me look at the faction menu. Okay, these are our factions. We've got knights, mages, dudes, kind of like gunslinger types, and then I don't know the last one. Got horns. That's cool. So we got 4 factions, 4 colors. The skull was made from scratch. The skull's cool. Yeah, it's kind of like I don't know what the beastie is. All right, let's interact. Okay, so he has all these different things. I don't know what I'm making. Let's make cheap stuff out of copper. Copper costs us 1, it looks like. Bronze costs us 2. Iron costs us 3. Silver 4. I'm guessing gold is 5. And uranium is 6. Okay. So I bought 1 of everything, but I'll buy, like, I don't know what my quantities are that are reasonable here, but I'll buy, like, 25 copper and 20 bronze. Okay. Oh, and there he goes. Bye! That's cute. Hello, do you have an order for me? Okay. You want Iron Shield of Flawless Coverage. Well, we're out of stock. Okay. Maybe I should. Oh, they're all coming up. Okay. Maybe I should make something before I know even what I can sell. All right, what can I make? Or, uh, let's make some copper. Okay, so we got a minigame. Oh, we got the bellers. So I probably need to keep this in the green. Yeah. Okay. I know how to minigame. Uranium weapons. Yeah, they're what you give to your enemies. Oh, okay. I got a flawless copper ingot. Excellent. So I want to do that again. Okay, they're all coming back. It's going so quickly. Okay, so the bellows custom model here, very nice, very nice. Uh, uh, Animation. So I'm trying to keep it in the green by the time it runs out of time. I have another flawless copper ingot. Okay. I probably should have, like, stuff. So is this my other workbench? Or over here? Anvil, probably. Okay. Nope. Could use a little indicator of what my workstations are. Here we go. Okay. Flawless copper. I will make you a sword with this a copper sword. It's very, very limited. Okay, so here, what are we trying to do? Oh, okay, it's a rhythm game. I'm doing this bit. Oh, look at it! Look at it managed. I made a copper sword of 60% quality. Ugh. Okay, I'm not great at forging at the moment, but I'm learning. I'm but an apprentice blacksmith. Okay, so we got a couple people here a little stuck here, but maybe if I talk to one, I can get them to go. Sword, iron sword of poor quality. Well, I don't have that. Okay, can I get orders? Bronze sword of basic quality. Yes, here I have. No, I have copper. Oops. Okay, that's very stressful. Um, can I work throughout the night? It said I could only work during the day, right? So, I'm in the menu already. Maybe I can make a shield out of my copper yet. I really like the animation. Copper shield of 80% quality. Okay. All right, so I'm getting it, kind of. So I need to make ingots and then make stuff out of said ingots. The blend shapes are on the ingot, one for damage and one for elongating it. Very nice. Okay. Look at the quest, make the weapon, then give it to the NPCs. Okay. Thanks, Square94. So, very good. Okay, so I don't think I'm supposed to be allowed to continue to work into the night, and indeed I cannot. Okay. So I have to get to the next day button, which I know it told me how to do that. I think I have to release the mouse with T. There we go. Okay. So you. Uh, okay. It's not always the same guy uh, who's the builder. Okay, so we're gonna be able to make anything. There's a big investment here. Okay. All right. So now let's figure out what to make. The weapons are edited in Blender. Okay. Okay. So here, a copper shield. Okay. A poor copper shield. Well, I have that, don't I? I already have that. That's one of the few things I do have. Yes. Here you go. Hooray! Did we get any money for that? I didn't see. A hammer of basic quality. Okay, so I have to quit out of the menu. Was it a copper hammer? I'm so bad at my job. Iron hammer. Okay. Okay, so let's go ahead and make an iron hammer. Okay. We'll make our iron. Are you able to upgrade your skills, buy better forge, things like that? Not that I can tell yet, but given that this is like a mini game plus market kind of game thing, I would very much suggest that that would be a cool thing. Yeah. Okay. So, need a shield made out of this. They come at different speeds, which is a little tricky. Okay, 80% iron shield. Okay. Hello. You didn't want a shield, you wanted a hammer. Well, I have terrible memory. You want uranium axe. And what do you want? Okay. Well, at least I've got something for the future. I can make a uranium axe. Let's try that. Oh, it's green. It is very green. So the higher quality ores do have a much, they do have different difficulties, it appears, right? You got to keep them in a different area here. Very, very much more difficult. Basic uranium. See, I wasn't able to get a flawless one that time. So what determines the item quality? Is it a combination of the ingot used as well as the, oops, as well as the, um, like how you do on the forging minigame? This is definitely going to kill somebody. Okay, I have a 60% quality uranium axe. Okay. I keep forgetting. Okay. Yes, here it is. And I did get money for that. I think I got $15. Okay. Give your enemies radiation poisoning if this throughout the item quality would determine the quality of the ingot and the. So really, at the moment, we've got some. I think a lot of planned features. Not everything quite made it in the game, which is understandable because it looks beautiful, right? Right, and you got all these custom models and things. So it seems like that I could just make kind of terrible ingots, although I'm going to try and make good ones. And from there, you can make, you could do some alloying or some other things. So there's a lot of thought. I think this game seems like it could have quite a bit. Okay, so the green faction, is happy with me because I made something. What would you like? Bronze sword. An iron hammer. Okay. So we'll make a bronze. The bronze seems easy after having done a couple of uranium ones there. Yeah, so this seems like something where you definitely want to have some, some different upgrades and things. Change the forge speed, change the the window of the the green area. Okay, so having a little trouble getting to there we go. Still don't remember what he wanted. I'm losing this game because of my poor memory. Bronze sword. Okay, I don't know why I can't remember that. Okay, bronze sword. Okay, so I missed out on this guy's order because it went to the next day. But it almost seems like you should be going through and making your, making a stockpile of stuff to have to sell. But there are a lot of combinations, right? So it's a little hard to do that. I actually don't need anything, thank you. Customers want you to add sockets to weapons. Yeah. Bronze sword of flawless quality. Wait, I don't have a. It's not flawless, is it? I wasn't able to make a flawless one. I actually can't see my inventory of what I have. Also be a nice feature to add, probably. Yeah. I don't have it. Go away. Flawless is too much. You expect too much of the local blacksmith. Okay, iron hammer of basic quality. Okay, we ought to be able to make that. Forge. You have an inventory. Press I for the inventory. Okay, I will do that as soon as I'm done with this minigame. Okay, flawless iron ingot. We got that. And now we go over here and we make a iron sword. See if I can make one that's flawless. Nope, right off the bat missed. It's a terrible iron sword. Oh, I completely failed by getting two. I only got two that time. Well. I'm a terrible blacksmith. Okay. So here's my inventory of finishes. That looks like it was. And so we've got basic, fine bronze, fine iron. Okay, so weapon schematics. Yeah, a lot of potential right here with the, you've got schematics that you could learn. Iron hammer. And a lot of different things that could be added to kind of add complexity to the game, I think. Scope was kind of crazy. Well, I think the thing with this, with games like this, and really for this class in general, is that this is kind of to the question earlier about, do I want to have more games classes at UCF? Which, yes. Are there Forge? I do like the minigames quite a bit. Hey! Finally got one. Perfect iron hammer. And all the models, by the way, are working. You might notice that was a hammer we actually got. So that's very nice. I guess these guys are the different factions or the different models. So the green-haired guys and the soldiers are all different models, it looks like. But yeah, no, so what I was going to say is that you... when I was first sort of learning game design, right, the first class I took had no computer programming in it at all. It was just game design, right? It was, we're going to make board games. right? And there's a lot of learning and thought to be taken into, like, how do we make a mechanics, right, for something that's enjoyable, right? And then, I think he wanted an axe, didn't he? Memory's the first thing to go when you're streaming. But yeah, and I think there's something to be said for that, right? Because if you've never made a game before, you've just played a game, you have a lot of knowledge, but it's not perfect yet, right? You don't know, like, oh, this is what makes this fun, or this is what makes this kind of like tricky, right? And we've had some people who were making card games this semester, and it's hard to make a card game, regardless of trying to say, um, regardless of trying to then program it into a game engine and make something that is uh, silver crossbow. That's kind of fun. Um, make something that is then implementable, with code, right? You also need to know how to do the code. So there's a version of this where, people work on just their games. They get the games like detailed out, and say, okay, these are the mechanics we want. This is how they work together. Because if you don't have all that, right, then it is easy to kind of end up with saying, well, I'll work on this other part that seems less hard because I'm not sure what to do with the mechanics aren't fully worked out yet, so I'm gonna work on this aspect or this other aspect. And once you kind of have everything settled, then ah, darn, I made this crossbow just out of time. Um, Once you have everything settled, then it's easier to plan your programming and say, okay, we're going to build these modules this way and build it in kind of this this time. Um, so if I had my druthers, I would kind of structure things that way. Um, but we do all that. I do the course is structured that way. It's just all done in one semester instead of two. So all right, surely I could fill some order. I actually do need a little bit more iron because I keep messing it up. So there we go. I filled one. I think I gave somebody a sword, but this business is not profitable. You can see I'm down $140. Okay, no customers yet, so I guess I'll just make some uranium weapons. Why not? A dagger. That seems good. We can put it in like a lead-lined case, and then just stab, and then just they get radiation poisoning too. It's a war crime. Okay, there we are. Now somebody better buy this. Can I convince you to buy a uranium dagger? Because I just made one. An iron axe. Picky. I don't have one of those, do I? Let's see, inventory. No, I don't have an iron axe. I have a fine iron axe. What did you want? Flawless. So picky. Okay. Silver crossbow. Yes, I have that. I have a perfect one. Which is too nice for you, but okay. Flawless iron axe. I can't make one of those. The chances of me being able to make one is very low, but I will try. Try and make your flawless iron axe. Go catch some employees. Oops. I'm reading chat and I'm overcooking the iron. Don't overcook the iron! Fine, I didn't get. Okay. That's alright. It's okay. Okay. Actually, I have a flawless iron ingot already. What did he want again? An axe, I think. Doesn't want me to. Aha! I can be taught. There's your flawless axe. I did not get near enough money for that. But I am making the green-haired faction pretty happy. A good gold axe. Okay, we haven't made anything out of gold. Let's see how the gold looks. So all the ores, another little nice touch. All the ores do seem to have unique models. So the gold looks like gold, and the uranium glows. The glow effect is particularly nice, right? So whoever was able to get the lighting to work on that, that's quite excellent. Okay. Yeah, I'm making the elves happy. Making the elves happy seems like a good idea. Oh, this is not a great axe. What do we call a 60% one? What's it labeled as? Be kind of nice to have the same labels. Basic gold axe. That is not going to be acceptable to the elves. They don't want any sort of axe that's only basic. Very unreasonable. They're going to do post-processing just for the uranium. Well, very cool. Okay. I'm much better at smelting than I am at forging. So the timing on the hammer hits is always the same, but those two, the numbers 3 and 4, are very fast, and it throws me off every time. So yeah, I could think of some interesting additions to the game, right? Mechanically, right? You could say, okay, well, I have all this scrap that I don't want, so could you sell it? Maybe you could get like a salesperson so that, or like UI upgrades so that like it would tell you the orders of people if you got like hired a clerk, but then you had to pay him a certain amount every day of salary. But it would like list the orders you have, so I don't have to keep checking back and forth. Could be interesting. Well, that's better. You could make it so that you could like pawn off the old stuff that you don't want, right? Like I accidentally made a bad axe, and so there we go. I got one right just in time. Go not to the elves for counsel, for they would say both yes and no. Yeah, well, having been to Rivendell, I gotta say I'm throwing in my lot with the elves. I suppose there's a couple of technical answers for that. I've been to the place that inspired Rivendell. Okay, so you can see our rep with the elves is going up. So if we were able to keep playing, we would eventually get sufficient elf cred to win the game. I could also conceive that there would be some interesting things, like maybe getting certain levels of rep with the different factions would give you benefits in like a longer term game, and maybe like you do want to get, maybe you get like special ores if you you sort of get the dwarves happy, and the elves give you like a magic ability or something. Iron sword, do I have it? No. I'm always just gonna check if I have it to begin with. Gold crossbow, I don't have that either. Okay. We have no ingots, so it's time to make some iron and gold. The elves are going to request revolvers. Yeah, but you could do balancing things, like maybe the elves pay really well, but they're really picky, right? And you have the rogues or whatever, the guys with the skull masks, like they need cursed objects. You can really build a lot into this game, I think, which would be quite fun. Okay, I made iron, basic iron. Okay. Interesting. My iron ingot seems to have disappeared. It's probably off the edge of the page, if I had to guess. Which is... I bet there's only so many types of ingots that can be listed. So I should make a flawless one, and then it will show up on the page. Ha 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 ha! I know how to do this. Work around the bugs. Icon is cowboy-y. Okay, that explains it. It's typical elf behavior. Yeah. Yeah, not to stereotype your elves, but kind of to stereotype your elves. Okay, so I have them. I think there's just an issue with the counter there, so let's just see what I can do. Yeah, that's gonna work. Bing, 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 bing. Okay. I have your sword. What are you doing over there? Come on. Hey, what do you want? Come to the counter. Can't you see we have a counter over here? Typical elf behavior. Okay, gold crossbow. I'll make one of these. Perfect. And movement speed, foraging speed, all upgrades and things. Come on. There we go. Back to forge. Hey! Excellent. Guys just running on the shop for ambiance, the second type. Okay, cool. I got you. Yeah, you wanted an axe. You're the one who wants a crossbow. I have you one. Don't I? What did I just make? It's gold something. Hmm. Interesting. I don't be supposed to have gotten it. Alright. So, I'm trying to think of games that this reminds me of, right? Because there's this kind of crafting and then selling games. I mean, there's definitely some examples of it. The idea of like days where you're doing different things also is certainly a pretty common for cozy or crafting type games, like Dave the Diver and things like that. All right, here is your crossbow. There we go. Now you're happy. You want gold axes. Tinker's Construct. Tinker's Construct was a great mod for Minecraft. If you all haven't played modded Minecraft at some point in your life and you've only been playing the basic version, you're really missing out. Because people have gone to town on mods for Minecraft. They've made it just this deeply different game. And Tinker's Construct was, a very cool mod because not only were you like making alloys in a big melty furnace, but then you poured them into molds. And as the son of a mold maker, I always appreciate the detail that went into like making the castings and the models and the various other things. So Tinker's Construct is a great mod, and you should play it. All right. Also, Papa's Pizzeria. Yeah, Papa's Pizzeria. That's been a long time since I thought about that. Of course, I know about Tinker's Construct. So I think I'm going to do one more day on this, and then we will see what we can do. We are now at less of a loss for our business. We bought a lot of raw material though, so that's understandable. A copper dagger and a golden axe. Wait, do I have a gold axe? Yes, I totally do. Okay, what a copper dagger. I know I don't have one of those. I bought all this copper. I was thinking in Skyrim terms of quantities, right? I need to make 1,000 iron daggers to level up. The Atelier series. Oh, yeah, actually don't know those games, so that's another interesting one. Thanks for bringing that. Thanks for bringing that to mind. Okay, I hope he didn't want a flawless one, because this is not flawless, but it's pretty good. I am getting better. Fine? Yes. Now, come on. I just made that. Fine copper dagger right here. Take it. Take it. All right. Fine. Be that way. I'll have you thrown out of the shop. We'll see how that goes. What do you want? You're the people I really. You're an elf anyway. I'm going to be discriminatory. A poor copper dagger. There. See, he took the copper dagger. He got the nice one that was intended for you. And what do you think about that? Okay, what do you want? Bronze, flawless bronze shield? Not asking much, are we? But these are the kind of games that are sort of peaceful, and I don't want to say mindless, because it's not mindless. You have to kind of focus, but it is one of these things where you can just have kind of build up things, and especially with the focus on art in this game, I think it would be kind of neat to see, like, oh, could you hang some of this stuff on the walls, right? Did he want bronze or copper? I don't remember. And be able to decorate your shop and just do things like that, and kind of feel like it is a bronze shield. Um, kind of be able to decorate, and, show the improvement as you get better and better. All right, let's see if we can get this to work. Yay! Okay, I have a perfect shield for you. There you go. Aren't you happy? I want elves. You're weird. You don't actually want a dagger. -1 gold access. My bag of holding sent the bag to the astral plane. It's a feature, not a bug. Okay, let me just point out that things in your bag of holding disappearing is not a good sign. And it's an even worse sign if you start hearing whispers in your bag of holding. This is a very bad thing, and you should be very concerned. Of course you can. A bag of holding and a bag of holding? It's called a nuke. And the game it was Racketeer when you run an item shop as an RPG side character. Now see that I would find that peaceful. What do you want? Iron sword of flawless quality. But now that I'm like actually getting the controls, I'm getting a little bit better at sort of chatting and going back and forth and being able to play the game. See, my money is actually going up now, which is nice. There was another game that came out last year-ish or so that was like a potion making game where you were like the local herbalist and you would make potions and things. That's kind of seemed on this theme, at least a little bit. Iron sword, iron sword, flawless iron sword. There was a wave of potion games. Yeah. Potionomics. That's not the one I was thinking of. Oh, it'll come to me. It was almost more of a story-driven game than really the potion shop aspect of it. Very good. Okay. All right. Well, I think we have played this game and gotten to see most of the features of it. So, would love to see the. It does seem like you lose a little bit of. I don't know if you're actually losing rep with the factions if you fail to complete the orders or if you just send them away, maybe. But certainly we're building up and eventually would get our own maxed out. But it's very cute game. All right. Okay. You do lose repetition if you send them well. But if I just ignore them, I'm not sure that I was losing rep. So, this is always a good thing. Volunteer for nothing and no one could be mad at you. Not a good lesson to take away. So, okay. Well, thanks guys. I definitely liked Forge. It's very cute. Um, all right. So we are cooking along at just a breakneck pace, which is great. Um, So we're going to go to Team 4. We're going to do Working to the Bone, which I do know a little bit about the premise of that game, which will be quite fun. And then we will finish off today with Escaping Amnesia, which is also one of mine. So get this all unpacked and ready to go. We had one measure of a metric of measuring the class's output is that you all generated about 25 gigabytes of game by the end of the semester. So that was the total size of the downloads that I was putting together. Um, so we had quite a bit of those. Um, I don't think this semester took the record though, because I think somebody gave me like uncompressed 3D models for one game that total one of the games was like 80 gigabytes, and I was just like modern gaming where we don't care about space. And how big is the latest Call of Duty? I feel like it's like a terabyte. That's probably an exaggeration, but still. Um, yeah, puts perspective into some games today. It's worth looking at the code base, let me tell you, of like some N64 era games or PlayStation, especially the PlayStation, like PlayStation 1, just because they put so much on absolutely no space, both hard drive and their memory. Um, and I mentioned this in class, but Crash Bandicoot is probably the most terrifying game I've ever seen because just what they did to reuse memory in that game is insane. And then games like that, Donkey Kong 64, which was a 3D platform at the time, um, was so complex and so big that they actually gave out more memory for free to owners of N64. They shipped you memory to plug into your N64, which had an expansion slot because they thought that might need to happen. So they actually did that, and then you got more memory to play the game, um, which was really interesting. Play Black Ops is 120, but Call of Duty get up to 200 after updates. Oh wow, then that's small. Animal Well was incredible, 30 megabytes. Yeah, modern games being 80 gigabytes minimum. It's the PlayStation ones too, and I get people are playing console games for the for some of the like the PlayStation Pros and things for playing high graphics games, but still it's like a 400 gigabyte download. It's like the hard drive's only a terabyte. What am I supposed to do with this? Anyway, rant over. Okay. Um, so this is the first game that's README mentions that there is a developer mode, which is something that I had suggested that some people put in their game if I needed to, like, for the purpose of streaming, like skip to the end or give myself like infinite health or something like that. Not going to try and do that um, to begin with, but we may do that later. Okay, so this game is also another procedural gen. We need to um, apparently there was a tutorial that exploded at the last minute. Collect 5 coins to open golden chests. And there's some z-axis problems, but otherwise seems largely good. Okay, we'll go ahead and get started then. So I've been looking for the splash screens, which I'm not sharing the screen until it's loaded up on these games, but the splash screens do tell me if it's Unity or Unreal or something else. So far it's been a Unity sweep this year. One semester we had quite a lot of Unreal, but so far we've been doing mostly Unity. So let us go ahead and get on to work the bone. Okay. There we go. So we've got, of course, our 16-bit type graphics here, pixel art. Gonna be, you could tell a lot about the aesthetic of a game just from its loading screen, right? I'm thinking of these games that have this kind of simple splash screen. I really like that. My favorite loading screen so far may have been the very first one that we did, that was Cliff Notes, just because it had some cute animations and things. But you can get very aggressive, like if you go into like certain 3D games. I liked Forge too, because you got to see the picture of what the game was going to look like. But I'm thinking of big AAA games where you'll see the character on the main screen, and then it'll just kind of zoom in. I sometimes show an example in class. Didn't do it this semester. That's like the Tomb Raider remakes, right, where you basically see this jungle scene, and then it zooms in on Lara Croft as you click the play button and go through different menus. So you can tell a lot from a game from its menu. Yeah, award winners have used Godot in the past. That is also true. Not a lot total, but as I said, Godot is getting some popularity. So this one seems pretty quiet, so we're going to turn up the gain on the speaker just slightly. Okay. And here we go. Are you by chance a grader? And maybe you don't want to go through all the trials and tribulations of the games. If so, try developer mode. Oh, that's very nice. I will subject myself for now to the trials and tribulations as they start. Okay. I may regret this. A little skeleton is struggling to get by, even though he works so hard. So he's decided it's time to ask for a raise from his boss, the necromancer. Okay, and this is the adorable little skeleton who, please, devs, if you're in the chat, correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure he was custom made for this game. And he has lovely little animations with his walking around. He seems to be wearing is that his heart maybe? Or is it like a necklace he's wearing? But we've got our health in bones. We could jump. And we have, yes. Yeah, so totally custom guy, and we have the very cute little bouncy jump noises. We have a kind of squat down. I think this is cute. I saw this in one of the presentations, that he can turn into a little skull and just bounce around. Even got some stretch frames for those of you who are animators. You can see his eye sockets kind of expand as he's bouncing, so that's a technique. And we have our kind of smacky melee attack. Pretty good range on it. And we can also pick up stuff. And you can see he's got a little swipe animation where you can see the little whistling blur effects there. So a lot of very thoughtful animation already on this. So we have it's a tie. Of course it's a tie. He's a business skeleton, and that's why he needs a raise. Okay. So we've got this coin, which I can pick up with right click. There we go. And, oh, look at these little smooth. Okay, so the door opens. Oh, and this guy's coming after me, but I locked him behind the door. Poor Zombo. He's wearing a tie and nothing else. Of course, right? It's cartoon logic. Don't ask why Donald Duck doesn't wear pants. Right? Okay, so we can kind of leap up here. And manage to take this guy out. And there's a coin and a potion of sorts, probably a healing potion. Love the smooth animation on the doors, and they animate going both directions, which is very nice. And the zombies, a lot of good animation on the zombies as well. A lot of good player feedback. Oh, I can get on top of their heads and kind of smack them. So I'm guessing the potions have health. I can open this chest maybe. But I think I might need to find more keys for that. Press tab to open inventory. Oh, here we go. Okay. So I have... Oops. Well, they're gone now. Right-clicking seems to destroy them. Well, That's okay. We'll collect more. Okay, so we can kind of leap up here. Oh, there we go. Speed. Okay, so is this a permanent upgrade of the zombies custom? Yeah. You have to mouse has to right click it. Okay. Yeah, I'm also curious about whether you found those skeletons or if you rigged the limbs, because the limbs look great. If you found it either way, it's still very, very nice. But just curious. Okay, so leap up here. Oh, and you can fall through the platforms. That's a nice feature, right? So you can't get through these gates, but like if I'm up here, I can just drop down from an asset pack. Very nice. From Kainos. Oh yeah, and you mentioned Kainos was somebody that you had been working with. Well, they look great. Lots of like sort of flailing movements, which feel very zombie-like. Okay, so I'm just gonna kind of try and stay high up here. Right. So also, whoa. So yeah, these spiders all have this. The enemies all have this kind of movement. Oh, and there's a slime. Okay. Oh, I took some damage there. Okay, so the healing potion does seem to have immediately taken effect, but I do have another one in my inventory. Even the slimes have the little sort of pain face whenever they take damage. Again, on games like this, it's really about the polish, right? You know, you hit an enemy, they flash red, and there's a sound, and they animate, and they take damage, right? There's a lot to that to make something happen, right? And then, ooh, another enemy type. So it's a flying one. Thankfully, not a lot of health on those guys, but those were quite spooky. And the particle emitter. Yeah. I forgot about that. Also, the enemies have little indicators when they detect you that they're going in for a kill, right? They get the little dagger on them. So I think that's very nice. Okay. Iron key unlocks chest rooms. Okay. Well, there was a chest room back here. Unless I'm much mistaken. Kind of risky. It shows how many elements to actually store for use later are the coins and keys. Okay, so it just says this is what you've done. So if I... Oh! So I've opened this using my key, which is now gone. Can I heal? No, it just kind of disappears. Okay. And then... Oh! Oh, crap! That was a mimic! Oh, wow! That got me! Oh, wow. A real mimic. Wow, I should have been expecting that, but I was not expecting that. Oh, never let your guard down, especially around chests. Okay. That was great. Yes, so perfect. I took a little damage there. My poor overworked skeleton. Okay, now I gotta pay attention. I gotta see if there was any visual indicator on the chest to indicate that there is a mimic, or if it truly is just a random, you'll have to see. I'll have to pay very close attention. So they do detect you if you come behind them, I'm noticing. But they seem to detect you sooner if you are in front of them. Okay. Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice. Alright, that's legit. Golden sword, increase your damage for every 10 coins you hold. Wow. I'm going to stop touching on the coins in my inventory because I don't want to mess them up. But hopefully that is okay, so this one is a golden chest. Okay, so we get another sword. And this is a feather. Oh, okay. Okay, so that gives us a little zoopy zoop while in midair. That could be useful. Okay, and we've got a cheaper alternative to milk, high in calcium. which gave us, oh, that actually healed us above our past maximum health, which is great. Gold chest functions shop. You can open them if you have enough coins. Oh, so have I been spending coins? No. Okay. So I just got a lot of items there, so maybe I was only supposed to open one. Great heal idea for the game. Yeah, no, seriously, the calcium drink for the skeleton. Very great. Oh, we have a cutscene? Oh, a cutscene! I love cutscenes, and that is a big spider boy. Okay. So we have a dash. Is he in this room? Oh, I wanna get to this chest. I wanna get the chest. Oh, he's got projectiles. Oh! Okay, so he can shoot web balls that bounce. Very nice. Oh! Okay, I should stop appreciating him and start fighting him. Okay. Okay, so if I... And he's got some spider buddies. I'm not a huge fan of. Back off, spider buddies! Ah! Too many! Too many of them! Okay, I got a little heal there. Okay. Okay, dodge that. Okay, he's summoning way too many spiders for me. So, remember that comment I made about ads with bosses? And how sometimes they just keep coming and you need to deal about that? Okay. This seems like one of those times. Okay, so they just gave a different icon. They gave like an eye icon there. I don't know quite what that is. The spiders are a good source of healing potions, though. Which is keeping me alive, which I appreciate. There we go. Got the big guy. That was hard. That was a challenging boss. Very, very good, right? So yeah, maybe that means they've leashed. Oh, that's kind of an MMO term. Leashing is the behavior that was given to MMO characters when you get out of their range far enough that they return to their patrol path. It's like they're leashed to a point in the game. So when I say an enemy leashed, it means that they kind of stopped chasing you and went after somebody else. Trapdoors are open through iron keys, which I don't have. Okay, thank you. Alright. Very good boss. I like the spider goss. And I like the cutscene that showed him coming in. That was particularly good. Oh, and then here we have a chapter. Ooh! Totally different environment, different song. I'm also going to boost the music a little because it's pretty fire. So very nice. Okay. Music change, very good. And we're deeper. Or maybe we're in kind of a dusk. Alright. Okay. Golden key allows you to leave rooms early. Okay. So normally you have to beat all the enemies, but you can use a golden key to just not. Oh! Oh no, it's us! It's another skeleton in a tie that's dead. Oh, that's terrible. Goes to show how much lighting can differentiate areas. Absolutely. Lighting can make a huge difference. Crystals. Rate of attack increase. Oh! Alas, Yorick. I knew you well. Okay, so I don't really want to spend my gold key here yet. So, hopefully... Oh! That's a boss, I presume. Or at least a very scary enemy. Okay, thankfully he's got more health than, less health than I expected. The ghosts I can one-shot now, probably because I got those swords and all of this money. Although my money isn't registering anymore. Maybe I don't keep my items because I'm on the next level? Unclear. Unclear. There's some Z-axis issues. Probably neck click. Oh! Yeah, the, so when we're talking about Jimmy's magic jumping boots, you never guess what they do. They weigh me down to the ground. Whee! Oh, actually, that's quite a big buff. Inventory sync is buck. Okay, so I still do have what I was supposed to have. So what people are talking about in the chat is this thing called Z-axis issues. So whenever you're making a 2D game, normally the kind of standard is you have your x-axis and your y-axis, and then the z-axis is into the screen. Okay, just for convention. But you may notice, and let me point out some nice things here, right? We've got this cool torch with the particle effects going, right? But all of these objects get added, right? So, you know, you've got the walls that are kind of in the foreground that you can't walk through. And you've got the background walls, and then you've got these decorations that you're walking in front of, right? So even though it's 2D, even though it's flat, there's still a need to differentiate to what's behind and what's in the front, especially if things have different colliders on them, right? And you know, there's various ways to do this in Unity and other game engines. You can put things in layers, kind of like you would in Photoshop, and say this is on this layer and this is working in this particular way. So that's all perfectly fine. You can do that. But if you're adding objects dynamically or doing other things, right, that, you know, it's easy to get glitches there, right, where right now the skeleton is more or less moving in front of everything, but sometimes the zombies aren't. So that's what we talk about when we talk about z-axis. And it's also really, really important that we know not only where things are so that we can render them properly, but it's also a huge performance benefit, right? If there's stuff that's behind, if we're just doing it for like one or two sprites, it doesn't matter. But say there's a whole, say this is a 3D game and there's all this stuff behind this wall, right, that exists in the game world that maybe we use later, but we don't want to spend the GPU's time actually rendering it to the screen because it would be behind everything else. So that would be a huge waste of time and resources. So we gotta make sure that we don't do that. Oh, okay. This is a new guy. Wow, it's the Angel of Death here. Oh, and he's very scary. Wait, can I be reaped? I'm already a skeleton. Thankfully, I'm doing a lot of damage, so I'm supposed to take him out. Not before he did quite a bit to me. Really good enemy design here. I know a lot of the assets were gotten from a partner, I think. But just having the assets does not mean that they're fully implemented, right? You've got to spend the time and effort to make them into your game and make them have unique behaviors. You notice the ghosts have different behaviors than the zombies and the spiders and all these different things. Not the trapdoor I can't open. Frustrating. So all of that is very nice to see that the team has worked hard to get that all kind of brought in and integrated. There's a key. Oh, okay. Now I want to go and get this trapdoor. If you're interested in the rendering technique, it's good. Yes, you should click occlusion coming. Thank you. That is correct. Open. Open CSAM. Did I not pick up the key? Womp. Alright. Hey! Bad ghost. So, I know one of the things in this game that didn't make it in for time, which I think would really add to the ambiance of it, but hold that thought. I think we may have reached the end here. Oh, we got another boss. It's another big, a bug! Oh no, it's just a little guy. Ah, a little guy! Oh, the cowardly knight. Okay, alright, I'm gonna run away from this guy. Oh, he can jump! Can he ever jump? Oh, I'm doing a lot of damage from all those swords and money at this point. I was able to two-shot him. So you'd think a guy like that would have a little bit more armor. But you know, that's the thing with a procedural game like this, right? Sometimes you get a lot of good buffs. So I ended up with a lot of swords. So I think I'm doing an incredible amount of damage. Yeah. So the dialogue system would have been great if they had time for it. Yeah, so there was originally going to be kind of a couple of ways to deal with this insofar as you're fighting through the Necromancer's castle, right? And these are your co-workers you're fighting. So, you know, there was going to be some almost Undertale-esque peaceful pacifist options, which I think would be very nice. So here we are, again. Note the lighting, note the particle effects. Very nicely done. Note the z-axis issue, but that's okay. Get some healing. All right, so we're up to 3.5 now. Oh, another mimic. Hits me right off the bat. Got me again. Got me again with the mimic. Yeah, so we can take out most of these guys now. Haha! Haha! A couple of different sprites. You notice they're not all the same ogre, which is nice. Again, probably good asset pack. Nice to see all those in there. A dash, another dash upgrade. So we have now a double dash. Oh, and another Reaper. The teleport attack is very cool. I really like that, both how it looks and how it feels from a gameplay perspective. And then let's go over here. So we're on our 3rd level, which is very nice. And I also like this. The monsters kind of spawned in these unreachable cubes. Very very atmospheric for this. Okay. Makes me feel like I'm in the dungeon, which I think I may be. That may be kind of the gig. Okay. Oh, bad hit there. Okay. And I need this calcium. Very good. Big heal. Okay. The objects like coins falling down to the ground, but then floating above the ground. Also, nice little touch. Appreciate that. Another sword. I am going to be. Who even needs a raise from the Necromancer? I'm going to be the biggest boss in this dungeon. I feel like this is the plot of like at least 3 anime shows where you are, you know, something with the title of like, I may only be a skeleton in the dungeon, but one day I will achieve all my dreams. Union representatives. Yes. This is effectively the skeleton is forming a union. Know of at least 3 animes. I'm pretty sure I can think of 2 that are pretty much that exact plot. Man, we've got so much health now. Every isekai ever. Yeah, pretty much. Alright. Good variety of enemies, definitely. A lot of nice polish on this game. Very, very impressed. I can't get over the glowing, like the glow effects on the lighting are very nice. I also think I'm getting hit by the axe flail, like the death throw of those orcs. I don't know if that's intentional, or if it's like lingering from their attack animation, but it kind of makes sense. Like they have a giant axe. It should be flailing around as they fall over. Okay, so I have another golden key, which should allow me to skip ahead if I want. I want treasure. Union angle is funny and be a cool way of having a second of collecting and freeing the other skeletons. Especially since all the skeletons that we've met so far are you know, dead. So I think aha! Caught you that time, Mr. Mimic. Putting mimics in a game, always a good idea. Wah! Are all skeletons dead? Well, I want to know, are the zombies proto-skeletons? Like, what happens if a zombie, you know, decays enough? Does it just become a skeleton? These are the philosophical questions that keep us up at night. Okay. Very good. And oh, another attack rate thing. I'm very scary now. I also probably ought to track statistically if we get more like spooky themed games in the fall semester than the spring. There's always a few regardless of the semester, so you know, I think people just have their preferences. Okay. Oh, we've got a very fast attack now. The answers in this thing: thinking to the bone, working to the bone, cosmology of the word of the business skeleton. guys should do a partnership with the. We had a game for a semester or two ago that was involved fighting the boss when you were a janitor for better working conditions. So it could be a team up. There you go. Okay, how many more of these guys are there going to be? Oh, Boots of Jumping. Yeah, make it up. Yeah, that's exactly. So, I'm pretty bouncy now. This is feeling good. It's nice when your upgrades are noticeable. That's also something I always mention is like, you can put in a lot of passive upgrade features into a game, and if it's like, okay, you get a 1% attack boost, right? Then, unless you get a lot of them, it's probably not going to be very noticeable. But this also has a combination, right? We've got the active ability, we've got this little dash, mid-air dash thing. Very nice. And we have incredible attack speed at this point. This is where you stop. Oh, okay. So we've got a custom Grim Reaper boss thing here. What can he do? I kind of want to see if it's his attacks, just because, like, I think I'm gonna one-shot him. So same. Love the swirly particle teleport with the feathers. Very Angel of Death. Okay, chases you around and hits you with the old scythe. Oh, all right. Trying to see if there's multiple phases to the boss. Program when that game went to fire too. Yep. Yes, he did. Oh, wait, he's back. Were there two? Oh, that scared me. And so, Little Skeleton was able to convince his boss for a raise. He was only able to get there by working to the bone. Well, that was charming. Wiggling and bending of the flaps, the claws bending not over, it's moving, the direction's moving, it's very nice touch on the model. Yeah, the model maker should be complimented on this one. Sprite sheet, yes. Okay. Excellent. Wow, this has all been great first day, and we are, if somebody wants to update the Discord, we are going to be moving on to our last game of the day. It's amazing how the time flies. Which is going to be Team 6's Escaping Amnesia. And then we will be hitting up with our second set tomorrow, also at 2 o'clock. But stay tuned, because we have one more yet today, Escaping Amnesia. And get that out here in just a moment. So it's always interesting to balance. Now, this course has been going on, and the development of these games going on for enough time that a couple of things have happened, which I consider to be pretty much universal positives. One, we have a nice cohort of alumni, right? Some of whom have been on the stream today, some of which are participating in the Discord. We started opening up the Discord and keeping the same Discord only a couple of semesters ago, but the goal on this is to really create a community, right? So that if you have interest in staying connected to game developers, people who have taken this class, people who know and appreciate things about games, that you're more than welcome to. We're trying to balance it so that not everybody gets all the announcements relating to class due dates and things, which we're still working on. But largely, we have some nice people who are able to contribute and kind of show, some of the progression on games, or at least how the games that they made for this class may have inspired work that they've done later, either through graduate programs or their own companies. So that's something that's really coming up nicely, and I'm very happy about. So I hope that continues. And the other thing is, we now have a lot of different examples of different genres of games, right? We've had a lot of platformers today. I'm trying to look through our count here, it looks like, but we've had several, but they've all been very different, right? We had a puzzle platformer in Cliff Notes, right? Working to the Bone was kind of a traditional platform with some uh, procedural generation elements, which is kind of our technical contribution on that. Um, and then we had I guess just those two today, right? And then we had Meow and Slab that are both kind of top-down generated, and then Forge is a little working game, and Cyberspurs is a 3D combat game, and then we're going to be going on to Escaping Amnesia here shortly. So we get a good blend of different types of puzzles and platformers and various other types together. Anyway, without any further ado, I'm going to start on our last game of the day, which is Escaping Amnesia. Okay, we have a how-to book. It's going to exist in the game. Some console commands. And a couple of known bugs that we're going to go through. Okay. Let me go ahead and get us streaming. Okay. And here we are, Escaping Amnesia. So we've got a very interesting game in Escaping Amnesia insofar as it's a card game, I believe. And let's do a little bit of reading here. So to move, either use the arrow keys or as would never seen it spelt in that order. WASD. Then enemies detect players within a certain vicinity. You can either face them head on or avoid them. They will become more aggressive if you continue to avoid them, though. To progress, find the doorway to the next room. At the start of each battle, both the player and the enemy will start with 3 energy and 4 cards. The player starts the battle. During their turn, the player is allowed to play as many cards as they want or need into the 4 possible slots. Cards do use energy, so plan accordingly. When the player ends the turn, their cards will automatically attack what is ahead of them in the first round. That will be the enemy directly. On the enemy phase, they will place their cards down and attack. Defeat the enemy while taking as little damage as possible because health does not reset after the battle. After every 5 rooms or so, an upgrade room will appear. Your resources matter. Choose wisely. Okay. So let's go ahead and get started. And there's story. There's plot. I love plot. Okay. Dot, 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 dot. Dot, 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 dot. I say there's plot. There's dots. Ugh. Where am I? Where's Mom? Uh-oh. Oh, poor child's lost his mother. And are these cards? What's happening? So, we have an old school RPG that's going to be using a card mechanic to do battling. So you can see we have this cool room area, right, where we have our sprite is going through this. We've got some meters here. We've got a health meter and then a 0, which is probably coins, would be my guess. We'll see. And as we go through, let's see what, can we look at our, we've got some options, some music. We can definitely make that louder or less. Mute button. Very nice. Do we have an inventory that we can access? Or be able to see a deck? I guess not. Not unless there's something I missed. We'll see. Okay, so we have our good old European exit signs here. No inventory. It's okay. No deck. Can we see the video? Okay. So here we have some enemies. Looks like a pool of acid. Alright, so we'll just dodge that guy. And let's see. Okay, so he was able to detect us there, and they've got a interesting turning radius. Can we lose them? Oh, now we got all three chasing us. Oh, we just got caught. Okay, so here are some of our cards. And I am... My eye tells me that these are AI generated. I think that people could confirm them. They have that sort of luminous look to them. So we've got some nice AI in the art generation here. And you can see the enemy has 3 energy, 10 HP. We have 20 HP and 6 energy. We have quite a lot of energy. Yeah, that's Gemini. Yeah, there you go. Enter attack. We have 6 cards to draw. Is your turn. You gain a card and 3 energy. Okay, so we have Robo Racer, which has 3 health and 7 attack. Speedy remote controlled car. So these are all going to be toys, perhaps? With a fierce ramming attack. It costs me 5 energy to do. Chemical Mixer boosts the power of experiments. Pillow Fort that absorbs damage like a champ. And then Bubble Shield generates impenetrable barriers. So, okay, well, let's make this thing. This has got a lot of damage. So we're going to go ahead and place this to the to this column, and we have only 1 energy left. So we're going to just end our turn and do hopefully 7 damage. Okay, and the enemy was able to build. So they did take their 7 damage, but then they placed a toxic goo blob in the same column, and were able to take us out. I don't know if they take damage simultaneously. But it doesn't look like it because dangerous goo formed in the lab, slowly dissolving everything. It doesn't look like it because our same card, Toxic Goo Blob, also has 4 health. So it looks like this guy didn't lose anything attacking our eraser. So he was able to take that out pretty quickly. But we should be able to take them out as long as we can do 3 damage in a column that's not blocked by a goo blob, which we can do if we place our own goo blob down here. So we can just kind of, let's see, move that over there, and we'll just go ahead and attack. And yes, we will just take them out, and we earned 2 coins, it looks like, from that interaction. So, you know, this card game certainly has some similarities with things like Inscription, right? But also has, you know, slight differences in how it works. Also, there's a you know, a nice overworld thing, and you know, to get a card game working where you have a draw mechanic and decks and health and damage and different columns and all that requires kind of a lot of mechanical thinking to say, okay, how do we build out systems to kind of do all that. So let's try again. We have Exploding Teddy Bear, Don't Hug It, it explodes when touched, and Robo Racer again. So I'm going to go ahead and put out a Pillow Fort and an Exploding Teddy Bear, just in case, just to kind of block this column. So, okay. So they were able to take out our teddy bear with their toxic glue blob, toxic goo blob, and then the chemical mixer did 1 damage to our Pillow Fort, which effectively makes it not a threat. So here they are. We don't have enough energy to play our Robo Racer. So what we can do is we can place a bubble shield down for now, and then hopefully we can get some more energy next time. So we don't do any damage because neither of these do any things. But now we have, we were able to absorb the hits from the glue blob and the chemical mixer. And nice touch here to show that these are no longer at full health. That you've got the reduced health because they've taken damage. So we've got a toy block bot, but also takes too much energy. So we're going to go ahead and place our chemical mixer here, and that will allow us to at least start doing a little damage to the enemy's health. We did take some damage. I'm not sure why. I guess the goo blob? I'm not sure where we took that damage. But anyway. So you can sacrifice cards for 2 energy according to the designer here. So we took, is there trample damage? Maybe that's what's happening. I think I'm taking trample damage from some of these things. So trample's a mechanic from Magic. Sometimes it's called Pierce, or it goes by different names in different card games, but yes, there's Pierce damage. So basically, you only block as much as the health of the thing that's in your column. So we are taking some damage from that. So we need to end this, and quickly. But at this point, we have 5 energy, which is enough for us to play our Robo Racer over here. We should just be able to take him out. And indeed, we have. So you can see we have taken a little health damage. We did get a coin from that, not 2 coins like the last one. I think I'm going to go ahead and leave and move on to the next room. Oh, okay. We got to take out this guy. So again, we could go like really hard with the Robo Racer and do a lot of damage in the first turn, which is probably a good idea. So I think that's almost always the right choice. But we did get taken out with this slime shooter, which is quite scary actually. We took some damage because of that. So that's the downside maybe to using the high damage cards, is that they always get countered. You can see that the enemy AI is picking the appropriate column to be able to take us out and do damage, so that's quite interesting. I don't see a way to get fatal this turn. Oh yes, I do. We just need to play the teddy bear, and we ought to be able to take him out. We don't want to sacrifice the card, no. Okay, so we were able to do that without too much damage. Are these decorative, or can we interact with them? Okay. So this. We have some kind of puzzle here. Okay, excellent. So you can see the door has kind of a laser. I'm pretty sure that guy was able to detect us through the wall. Yes, okay. Must have heard us in here somehow. So we're gonna have to take him out. And maybe here we do this bubble gun and the mecha dino, and then we can get some good damage in, and we cover 2 of our columns. So we did take some damage from the slime shooter. That's a really good card. But we still have our bubble, and he blocked us with the bubble shield here. But if we could just do 3 damage, which we can end this turn. Boom. Very unforgiving regarding detection. Yes, okay. So what do we have here? So we got different things. We can interact. We can turn everything green. That doesn't need to do anything. This is giving an indicator. Oh, let's just read it. Blue, green, red, blue, blue. Okay, so let's try putting that in. Blue, green, red, blue, blue. Hey! Puzzle solved, and the laser, you can tell, is now off. So, very good. Alright, we're gonna avoid enemy. There might be more enemies for us to fight. No, maybe not. There's only one in this room. So, let's see what's next. We have to go 5 rooms before we get an upgrade, so we need to kind of conserve our HP and be strategic here. There's a lot of toxic waste here. Just saying, we should probably sell some of this to the forge guys so that they can make more uranium ingots. Right. So I like that the theming, right? We're this child, we've lost our mother, and now we're trying to go through and use all these toys effectively to get out of our situation. So I think we can just take these guys out because we have Mecha Dino and Exploding Teddy Bear and just one-hit kill these guys. Indeed. So here we've got probably a similar puzzle. We're looking at smiley face, a long pause, heart, smiley face. Okay. I don't know if these rooms are procedurally generated or if they're a regular idea. That was a coin. They gave us a coin. That's nice. Or if they're hand-drawn, hand-designed levels. But certainly we have a little bit of money to work with. A lot of enemies in here. That one's coming after us, so we can take out one more. So we don't have our OTK combo here. So we're going to have to just plop up probably the teddy bear, and the mixer is fine. Do 7 damage. We took a little bit from the counter strike through the goo blob. These are kind of useless at this point, but we can just play goo blob here and win. So, the idea of, column-based fighting in card games is not a unique one, but I think it's being implemented very well here. Okay, and now we have some choices. So we can upgrade card damage. It's unclear how much these cost. Card shop, increase player health. Or upgrade card health, excuse me. So we can choose any of these things. I guess I can almost see the card shop. Maybe there's some cool new cards there. Let's take a look. Okay, action figure, Hulk. So that's health, damage, energy cost 4, energy 4, and then it costs us 4 to get. Battery pack, which seems to be useless, maybe? 0 health, 0 damage. Interesting. Block belt, bubble gun, bubble shield, chemical mixer, teddy bear, first aid kit. Maybe these have effects other than what's listed here. Like first aid kit might heal us or something. Foam dart blaster, lab assistant, lab coat professor, lab golem. A lot of health on him. And laser shark with frickin' lasers on its head, I hope. Mecha dino, mutant teddy, pillow fort, plasma robot. Okay, so we got all these options. Rubber duck commander, rubber glue, weak mix, shrink ray, test tube monster. Oh my gosh, so many choices. Toy tank, toy doctor. Well, it may seem silly, but I'm going to get the thing that says that it's a first aid kit. Because maybe it has some other effect that I don't know. And that is the only thing I can do. So that has cleared all the tables. So there was no other upgrading. I can't spend any more of my money. So that's we're thinking. And I did not get a heal from that. So I'm still, I really hope first aid kit is going to do what I think it does. And actually give me first aid. But I presume we will have to draw it at some point first. So anyway, we can certainly get our couple of cards out here. Hopefully those are enough to block. We did lose another health. I think I'll just go ahead and put a bubble shield here to stall for another turn. Okay. They didn't play something, so I don't know if that's because they didn't have a card, perhaps. And then exploding teddy bear is unfortunately not enough to take them out. But we could use the sacrifice mechanic that I've been ignoring here and say, well, look, we're just going to sacrifice this card for extra energy, and that way we can bring out both the goo blob and the teddy bear at the same time and end the turn and win. That's the play. Okay, makes sense. Okay. Oh, and we're immediately again here. There we go. Yes, so the first aid kit appears to be a card that will actually heal us, which we desperately need. And we also got a battery pack, or maybe that was in our deck already. I don't remember that. Boost all friendly cards plus 1 damage, which would be super nice. So let's go ahead and see if we can do our regular teddy bear, and then this first aid kit, which I don't know if we just play it. Yes, we want to play it. Not sure quite how to do that. Maybe there's something in the README about spell cards. Because this is a card that doesn't really make sense to play to the field, I'm trying to figure out. Oh, maybe it doesn't heal us. Maybe it heals a card, like from damage. In which case, that's less good, but still interesting. We were able to play the battery, and that did boost the teddy bear. So he's now going to do 7 damage. So that's very good. Okay. Of course, we still get taken out by toxic goo blob, which is a bummer. But we ought to be able to win here. Oh, no, we won't be able to win. So we'll just put up Chemical Mixer to defend ourselves. And then now we can put up Bubble Shield to defend ourselves again. The enemy AI doesn't seem to attack our open columns. They only seem to attack where we place things, which gives us some options. So let's go ahead and just end this with Robo Racer here. Okay, so we're getting whittled down here. We definitely need a player health upgrade. Leave me alone. Okay. So, okay, we cannot exit back the way we came, apparently. Okay, so in this case, maybe the thing to do is to bring out the highly defensive cards first, right, like this. So we're not really going to do much damage. But, oh, see, that was foolish because the Toxic Glue Blob did go into one of our unprotected spaces. So, in any case, we ought to be able to take him out with Robo Racer this turn. And hopefully we can win. Oh, Toy Doctor, that's a new one. And then we've got our battery pack, which we can use to do more damage. Hopefully. Yep, okay, so all cards have big damage, which means we can now continue on. Okay. So there's some spell cards in addition to what I'd call like, creature or monster cards, depending on whether you come from Yu-Gi-Oh! Or Lorcana, or from Magic the Gathering, or any number of other classic card games that are trading card games. Deck building, always a fun aspect to a game, is being able to create these cards and kind of modify your deck. Of course, also this has connected, especially with the column system, to Casey's mod from and the general Inscription game. So let's see if we can. Oh, it looks like the battery pack has permanently buffed our damage on our cards. I don't know if that's intended, but it's very much appreciated. So we're now actually doing damage here, which is super nice. So we do have to play the Robo Racer though in order to not die. Okay, leave me alone. Okay, well, I think our choice here is the only thing we could possibly do is increase player health, or else we're just gonna die. So we'll go ahead and do that, and that gave us a full heal, which we very much needed. And now we can go on to the next section. And I'm going to kind of skip the enemies if I can. Yeah, permanent buff is a feature. Okay, so, but yeah, adding things that give you that either reset at the end of a round or don't, right? That makes the battery pack extremely powerful, right? Because it's effectively permanently upgrading cards. So we'll go ahead and place our. Probably shouldn't have done that. Yeah, we can just win with anytime we draw a Dino and Teddy Bear, it's an instant win. So it'd be interesting to see different types of enemies, maybe with different types of decks or different types of like health energy ratios. Could be an intriguing kind of alternative way to kind of work the enemies up. Yeah, this guy's I have to fight him. So let's see. So we'll go ahead and bring out the Bubble Shield Mecha Dino. And then we ought to be able to win with this. Oh, we did not win with that. Oh, I was off by one. That was a miscalculation on my part. That's okay. What I'm going to do is play a battery pack for the permanent buff, and now we can win. Okay, so we've got a red, blue, and we got it. dodge you real quick. We took way too much damage in that last fight, so I kind of want to skip these guys. We also have a lot of money, which, you know, since we can't, like we can go to the card shop and get something here. I'm kind of interested in more spell cards. They seem fun. I don't know what rubber glue does. Why don't we just upgrade card damage? And we can upgrade the card damage on... This may be weird, but I'm actually going to do it on Bubble Shield because we've buffed that twice, and so now Bubble Shield actually does a lot of damage, and it's got a big health pool. So yeah, this is now like our best card. It's going to get it even better because I'm going to give it a battery pack. So there you go. So they're going to block this, but it's going to do no good. We can go ahead and bring out Toxic Blob and quite a bit of damage. Safety Cone Soldier, that's a new one. 10 health. Wow, but we have this in the bag. I'm going to try and first aid the Toxic Blob just to see how that works. And it overhealed, so it actually gave more health. So maybe that is now also a feature of permanent buffing. Pathing on these guys is kind of fun. What do we have here? Aha! Special person, maybe. We're going to go ahead and bring out Bubble Shield and Mega Dino, because they're just great. And then we're going to lose our Dino, but we're going to be able to bring out our Teddy Bear instead. And then I like how these are kind of named after toys, so it's pretty cute. And then we won. Okay. And then let's continue on. I guess that wasn't a special enemy. They looked a little different, so I'm kind of curious. So the permanent health boost did not stay. It's just the permanent damage boost, which is a-okay. What can we do? I guess we just bring out the racer, and come what may. And then we ought to be able to just win with Bubble Shield. Okay. Okay, so let's see. Continuing on here. And then we're a little low on health. We could either upgrade our health. I think the music just changed. Maybe we just got to a section of the song that I wasn't recognizing, but it feels like there's been some layering going on. Not sure. Anyway, it's now recycled again back to where it was. Maybe that was... Maybe I imagined that. Okay. I think we'll just get a health buff. Okay. Aha! We have a boss with text. Life is cruel. Abandoned to die, but forced to survive, unfortunate as that may be. I just hope that your struggle, there is layering to music, that your struggle matters. Let's start the test. So, layering is something we cover very late in the class, but I'm super excited to see it in here, because it's when you take a song and then you add more instruments to it effectively at the same time. And you can use it for dramatic moments, or for bosses, or for other kinds of things, where you want to be able to control what is effectively a looping piece of music, but you want to add in new instruments and kind of change the feel of it. Very impressive. So let's start the test. Okay, this person has 15 health, but we've got very buffed cards, so we're going to just come out swinging with a Bubble Shield and a Teddy Bear, and we're going to be able to get them almost completely down in one swing. Laser Sharks, though, and Bubble Shields, we did take some big damage there, but it's okay, because we ought to be able to take out the Laser Shark with Block Bot, but oh no, we don't have enough energy for that, so we'd have to resort to Chemical Mixer, which is still enough to take out Laser Shark. And next turn we can use our battery pack. So, all right. And they've replaced it with Mecha Dino, which is not great. But we can bring out our own Mecha Dino, or perhaps a block bot. I think we're going to go ahead and take out Mecha Dino with Mecha Dino. And that way we can do some damage. And we win. That is the boss down. And then, oh my gosh, that appears to be us floating in this tank. Do we have a clone? Are we a clone? Background reminds me of Smashing Pumpkins, Melancholy, Niflin Sanders, and the track as well. Yeah, I mean, I think this is evocative of a lot of different types of games. Okay, here, I'm going to defend this guy. Definitely has done a good job of looping, which is kind of the primary feature of video game music, is that it needs to keep that well. Alright, we can OTK now with Bubble Shield and Teddy Bear. So we're just going to do that. Boom. Instant win. Okay. And unfortunately we did not get that combo this time. We can still bring out a pretty strong combo with Bubble Shield and Threats as well. And fully protect ourselves. And now all we need to do is drop a battery pack. To give ourselves that extra buff, which won't get us completely one, but it will give us that buff that we're looking for. Maybe I've been playing too much Balatro, but the idea of now finding broken combos in card games is kind of on my mind, certainly. So now we've got Bubble Shield Mecha Dino combo. Also lets us take people out now, so we're getting pretty strong. This combo, which is our old classic, always works. And same thing again. So a card game like this, you can add lots of features, right? As much in the way that other kind of card like roguelikes do, or like Slay the Spire, or things like that, where you get certain features that let you remove a card from your deck, or modify one permanently, or combine cards, or do any sorts of things, which is very much something you could just add on. Say, oh, well, now we're adding a new feature. Now we're adding a new, slight change, right, to give the ability to, I don't actually have enough energy for that. Haha. To kind of just keep expanding on games, right? For people who are interested in continuing their games after the semester and working on other things, I do highly encourage you to say, okay, well, even if this isn't the game that I'm going to continue on permanently, right, where there's lessons learned from it or systems that I can use and incorporate, we always want to learn new things as we build our portfolio, really, of games. I will go the health just to upgrade damage on our I'm actually going to upgrade the damage with Chemical Mixer. It's a very cheap card, and being able to get out 2 cheap cards in one turn seems strong. Okay. Getting pretty good at dodging these guys too. We don't really need the money because we get the shop so infrequently, which is sort of a minor balancing issue, but it's worth noting that it does kind of benefit me to dodge as much as I can for that reason, because the cash is not super impactful because I always have enough cash on hand. So let's see. I don't have enough to take out this turn because I haven't upgraded Bubblegum. Slime Shooter is still one of those great cards that the enemy's deck seems to have, which is tricky. But I can block it with Billforge, so I don't really care. And now we can actually use that to make Billforge a little better. And now we can take him fully out with So I'm told that there's 2 bosses in the game, so I think now that we beat the first one, next one is on track. We're making pretty good progress. Goes in with Lockbot, which you can't take out with Slime Shooter, which is nice. And I just use Battery Pack to take out Slime Shooter. And now we have Toxic U-Blob, which is no problem to us with our bubble gun now. I think I miscalculated that. We actually did lose that one. It's okay. So we're making lots of money. Could use the health at this point, so I think we'll take health to get the full heal. There's some of the room layouts we've seen before, but there is good diversity in the rooms, generally speaking. Press on here. Ah, too many guys. Old standby dino riding a teddy bear. Can't win this turn. So there's also kind of an art in games where it's like, do you have a finite resource that's not replenishing normally, like HP, where it's really about conserving health. If you play Slay the Spire, for example, it's not about whether you can win any individual fight. It's about whether you can win without losing too many resources over the course of the game, right? And resources being health. And that's really the main challenge. And then you look at something different. Inscription is strange for many reasons because it's not exactly the game that it purports to be, which is kind of its allure, right? Is that it's kind of a weird blending of genres. But in that case, you're really not each time you start a new battle, you have all your health back, right? So it's a different challenge, right? That comes from that, which is worth thinking about. So let's make our teddy bear and win. And here we can do almost get it with Pill of Fortune teddy bear. Not quite. Upgrade Pill of Fort one more time, we'll be able to do some cool stuff. Okay. And speaking of, maybe we upgrade Pill of Fort, because that's what I just said we ought to do. Yeah, so Pill of Fort's now an 8-3 for 3 cost, very reasonable, and it now works with Teddy Bear to win. So, combo building. This course is a standby of card games, board games, and video games based therein. So, got a lot of interesting strategy to this. So I'm looking at the AI and what they're using to kind of ensure that they get some hits in on you. It's simple. I feel like it's a pretty simple rule-based system, but it works. But it works for what they're trying to do. It's a bad hand. Sacrifice. Rebel Racer win. Aha. Always forget about the sacrifice mechanic. So it is nice that you're being taught. There are some mechanics. I think it's really just a question of balancing. So okay, can we make the mechanics slightly more necessary more of the time? Is that something to work on? But all in all, a very, very solid card game, right? With some reasonable mechanics. And a lot of work went into building the overworlds too, which is worth thinking about too. We can't win here, but I can win next turn and get a battery pack up there, which is definitely okay. got our same puzzle here again. We've got blue. We've got to deal with this guy. That's what we've got to deal with. Blue, green, red. Green, red. All right, done. Okay, and I don't really want more cards at this point because they've already been upgraded. So we'll just go ahead and do another upgrade this time to maybe a new bubble gun. It's kind of one of our weaker cards. See if we can get them to be more useful. I'd really like the ability to remove cards from the deck at this point because there's some that I just am not crazy about having. Okay, so let's see if we can get blue blob and sadly not enough for battery pack. Now we can play it. Okay. Alright, and here is the second boss, the child. You're the first one to get this far in a while. This means we're getting results. Intrigue. Child, have you figured out your reason for being here yet? Not that it matters. Well, enough of that. Show me what you've learned so far. Okay. Another 15 one, but now we're even stronger, so I think we've got this one in the bag. We just need to get out some early damage, probably. That's okay. Maybe not. Maybe we'll start with Blockbot. Okay, and the good old laser shark is here. Scary. But we can take him out easily with our bubble gun. Okay, we're getting pretty low on health here actually, with some strong cards like Mecha Dino coming out. It's not ideal for us. We can take him out here. Bubble Shield and Mecha Dino with Trample. Foam Dart Blaster took us out, huh? That's okay. We can win by... Oh, no, we don't have enough power for that. Yes, we can win with Chemical Mixer. And that's a win. And there we are again, still floating in the thing. Oh, it's cracking. Oh, there's some custom animation here. It's nice. So we're gonna meet our clone twin. Oh, shoot, we have to fight him too. Well, that's not nice. That's very rude. Okay, well, we're going to just go ahead and start with 12 damage in turn 1. We'll go for it. Teddy bear. Oh, we're down to 1 HP. Man, we had to do 2 bosses in a row here. And can we win? Can we do 3 damage to an unprotected area? You bet we can. We have Bubble Gun. And we can take out his shark, too. No, better not. Hooray! 1 health left. And that's the end. That's the end of Escaping Amnesia. Very nice. A lot of different systems at work here. A game like this has, you know, there's some care been done in the audio. There's been care been done in the building of the systems. There's a little narrative. Building the deck mechanics, having an AI that can actually play. You know, if imperfectly, but can still play against. That takes a lot of work to do a card game like this. And I think they've done a really good job. So super exciting. Lovely tutorial here that gives you information. All around, really solid effort. Congrats to the team for Escaping Amnesia. And challenging there at the end, right? Keeping that health up. Certainly tricky. Okay, all. Well, thanks for sticking with me for the 5 hours or so that we've been streaming today. It's really appreciated, and I hope you've all enjoyed seeing some of the great work that the students in the class have done, your classmates and other other UCF alumni and people. And anyway, we're going to continue tomorrow with another set of games. And I'm looking forward very much to those too. And hope you are as well. We've got some really solid ones that I think are going to be really fun to watch. And good luck for those of you who are still on finals. For those of you who are done with that, congratulations. And I will catch you tomorrow with the next set of our Cap 4053 game stream. For now, signing off. Thanks very much.